Hello everyone, welcome back. Glad to see you. I see Nancy, I see Lydia already in the chat. Glad to have you guys with us. Let's jump right in. So tonight we're just gonna dig into money. Probably one of the core elements that a lot of people, I don't want to say struggle with, but it is a component of the game, is how do you make money? Hey Lydia, good to see you. And so what I thought we'd do tonight is just kind of dig into different ways of making money. We'll do some calculations, we'll look at the wiki, and just kind of see. Now, this isn't just going to be a how to set up an ancient fruit super keg monster thing and make tons and tons of money. I do want to approach this from a space, from a cost analysis and things like that. I haven't pre-planned out anything incredibly complex, but I just thought we would start to play around with it. So one of the first things I think it is important to consider, let's try to get some flooring here. Brick. No, let's get wood. Oh, we'll go rustic. Is you have to start to think about how much space does something take out, right? So for instance, a big shed, you know, if we look at it, it is 5, 6, 7 wide, and while it's kind of hard to tell here, there we go. It's actually 3 vertical, right? A chicken coop and a barn, while they do similar things, are not the same size. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 by. There we go. All right, let's slow ourselves down just a little bit. All right, so we've got our chicken coop that's 3 by 6, 6 by 3. We've got our barn, which is 4 by 7. There we go. And then we've got our fish pond down here, which is a 5 by 5. Right? So you have to start to think about what's going to take up space. And so I thought we'd use, I think, the 5 by 5 just to give us a constant here. But if we do the calculations on all of these, let's see, equals, there we go. Oops, sorry, 5 by 5. So we have the coop that is 18 squares. We have the barn that's 28 squares. We've got the shed that's 21 squares. And we've got the fish pond that's 25. So they're all in that. Now, something that's interesting about these is one of the features of Stardew is as you upgrade, right, the interior space will get larger, but the exterior space doesn't. So as you upgrade, you can actually gain functionality there as well. So that's something to consider. Okay, so let's start early game, right? Let's talk about making money. Parsnips, one of the very first things that you get. It is like the TARDIS, right? It's nice though. I mean, like your house gets absolutely huge, but excuse me, but never actually takes up any more space. Okay, so that is something we can take advantage of. The other thing I think we're going to do here is we'll just do it right over here next to the greenhouse. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So that is similar size to the fish pond. So this would be I'm going to cheat here a little bit. Let's turn the tractor into a... What does 4 get me? That's still too big. Is it 2 in each direction? There we go. So if we kind of look at that plot, you know, that's the same size as our fish pond. So it's 25 plants that you could put in. But we could plant at different sizes. So let's talk about just early game. Early game, you're going to start out with a tool. And a tool will allow you to clear 1 block at a time. So one of the first things you have to think about, hey, Raccoon Man, what is a chicken rave? Well, if you hang around and find out, you might see one. When we get to 10 likes, we do tend to chicken rave. So one of the first things you have to consider when you're trying to make money in Stardew is how much time are you going to put in? So for instance, if I could make 1,000 gold, but it took me all day on the farm to make that 1,000 gold, or I could do something else that makes me 750 gold, but I don't have to spend an hour and I can go do other things in the game, I might be able to make that 250 gold elsewhere, fishing or something like that. So something to consider is obviously the tools you have. Now these are in-game tools here, right? So if we go to our, get the hoe and the pickaxe. Right, so these are the starter tools. You know, so if I wanted to do that 25 by 25 grid, I would have to do this 3, 4, 5. And I'd have to do it 1 by 1 by 1. This would also use up energy, which is another resource. So one of the first things I think is important to always think about, whether you're thinking about money or you're thinking about anything in the game, is really everything is a resource that you have to balance and manage, right? It doesn't matter. I could make a plot of 100 by 100 for plants, but if I don't have the time or energy to plant those plants, I'm not going to get it done. Now, again, this is really something that hits the early game quite a bit. So, hey, Xavier, welcome. Glad to have you with us. Okay, so the other thing that a lot of people don't think about. Oh, absolutely. You're in the right spot. Stardew is definitely a community passion here, for sure. Okay, so then the other thing that we think about is what is the cost? You have to buy seeds most of the time. Again, we're talking early game here. You have to buy seeds in order to get up and running, and then you have to harvest. Now, this price is not the sale price. This is half. So a parsnip seed costs 20 gold, and I can sell it for 35. So I'm not making 35 gold profit. I'm making 15 gold profit, right? Also, we have to consider how long does it take? Well, hello, welcome. Glad to have you. You obviously know who I am, so welcome to the stream. You know, so how long does an individual crop take? So let's talk about the spring crops. If you're first starting to play the game, you're probably you get your free parsnip seeds. And that's nice, unless you start with the Meadowlands farm. That one is a slightly different build, but for the most part, you're going to get the parsnip seeds. And so a parsnip, if we look at it, let me look it up here. Parsnip, there we go. It takes 4 days to grow, which means in a season, you can get 6 harvests in. Since crops are seasonal, so if we look at a calendar here, did I not set my hotkey? There we go. So if we plant on day 1 and we go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 6 days? Did I get the right thing? No, 6 harvests, 4 days. There we go. I know that felt wrong. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. That's 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6. Then we've got 1, 2, 3. The parsnips would be harvested on the 4th day, but they would be out of season and they would actually, go away. So it's always something you want to think about, right? How early can you plant? How many harvests are you going to get in? The last thing you want to think about when you're talking about crops is, does it regrow or not? So, we have to, with our parsnips, we have to completely replant every time they come up. All right, so let's do a little bit of math here. Let me catch you up. Oh, losing your file is rough. I've been there as well. Yeah, losing files or losing anything is definitely a rough thing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just throw down some chests here, just to give us something to mess around with. So, if we want to plant parsnip seeds, and we're going to pretend that we didn't get any free ones. So I'm just going to grab a stack of parsnips and a stack of parsnip seeds here. And let's get rid of those. We'll move this down here. Okay. So in our 25 by 25, we need to plant 25. Now I'm going to do a little bit of just making my math easy. Since the numbers that are showing up here are half of the purchase cost, I'm going to double it just so that we get a good number, right? So if I'm going to plant my 25 parsnip seeds, that's going to cost me 500 gold. And then I could harvest my 25 parsnips. And that's going to get me 875 gold. So I've made 375 gold. So I'm going to open up a calculator here. I'll just do it in Excel. Right? So if I make... So it's 500 we spent. So 500. And then we sell our parsnips for 875. Now, we're not talking about... I'm doing everything on base. You can get higher level parsnips. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let's go back to our parsnips. So in early game, you might actually get a little bit more. So let's slide these over. So while a parsnip sells for 35, this one sells for 43, this one sells for 52, this one sells for 70. So you can make money there. Now, sometimes that costs you money with fertilizers and things like that. But our very base price, this is the worst case scenario. We're going to spend 500, we're going to make 875. So what that means is we get a profit of 375, which isn't even enough to buy another set of, parsnips. We can buy the seeds, but we wouldn't make enough profit to buy 2 sets essentially. Now, if we take that and we look at the number of harvests that we can do. So for parsnips, we can get 6 harvests in. So we're going to take that number, that times 6. So we're looking at 2,250 gold for the season. Have we hit 10? Hold on. Let me get to the right window over here. Oh, my window's messed up. My likes aren't showing up. It is 10 likes. Holy cow. All right, let's open this up so I can see it. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome new people. Glad to have 10 likes already. We normally don't get it this early. So if you're new to the channel, every 10 likes, we have a tradition. And that is we are going to rave about chickens. So it is time to chicken rave. Everybody celebrate. We do appreciate the support. Here we go. Let the chickens know that you care. Let's get Big Chicken. Let's get Big Chicken in there. There we go. We'll get Big Chicken going. 10 likes with 14 viewers. We will take it. That is a success in my book. Wow, Dread comes in during a chicken rave. Wow, she even got her name to pop up right during the chicken rave. That's impressive. How often do you do that? Let's get the Dancy Chicken. Let's see if he's working any better today. He's still a little blurry, but he does his thing. I can't press any of my Joja buttons, so we'll get the Blue Chicken. Blue Chicken for the chicken rave. But we do appreciate the support. Thank you guys all. Who's recruiting people just to get likes? That's pretty crazy. All right, back to full chicken rave. It's all about the chickens. So channel lore. Channel lore is based around, we first started with our lovely blue chicken. The blue chicken is near and dear to our hearts because we got our first blue chicken on our first farm. And then every time something good started to happen on the channel, people would get rewarded with the flashy blue chicken. Flashy blue chicken turned into chicken rave chicken. And we actually built a chicken rave room. So let's go talk chicken rave, and then we'll get back to making money. I don't want to lose what I've done, so we're going to save here real quick. I haven't pulled up chicken rave room in a while. I haven't been on this farm in a while, actually. It's all the way down here at the bottom. All right, if we're going to chicken rave this early, we have to full on chicken rave. No messing around. There we go. Now let's chicken rave. So this is our chicken rave room that we built in honor of the blue chicken. Debbie comes in during a chicken rave. You guys are timing these out. Welcome, Debbie. Thanks for the subscription. Do appreciate that as well. Yeah, you and Dread both came in during chicken raves. We're going old school chicken rave here. We haven't chicken raved in the chicken rave room for a long time. Oh, we need... what are we feeling? Let's find... Is it Emily's theme? Let's go with Emily's theme. Emily's dance. There we go. There we go. Now we're chicken raving. Feel like a DJ. Victus, good to see you, my friend. Everybody chicken rave. All right, Emily's dance is over. I can't remember any of the other ones. Do I still have them written down anywhere? To do Butterfly Rave, Song of Feathers. There was one called Song of Feathers. I don't remember. I wish there was a better way to sort this list. The Mind ones are pretty good. Oh, let's do the flower dance. There we go. You have to do this for the flower dance. Let's go up and we'll Junimo dance for the flower dance song. There we go. And then what's the one guy do? He kind of does this. Now, all the people that tuned in to learn how to make money are just like, what is wrong with you guys? There we go. All right, all right, all right. Let's get ourselves back to work here. Go get our little nerd science guy back out. Oh, I think it's raining. Oh, we can't do this in the rain. I think it always rains on day 3. Is that true? I seem to have a memory of that. Oh, man, we saved too many times. We messed up our farm. Okay. Back to work. Back to the grind here. Okay, so early on in the game, you know, this is where you're going to make your money. You're going to make your money off of crops, planting crops and things like that. So let's go ahead and talk about the other crops that you might get access to. We have cauliflower, if I can spell it right. Let's grab a stack of that. We have got potatoes. We'll grab a stack of that. And we should have cauliflower, garlic, green beans. And we'll grab a stack of those. Oh, I don't think it's called green. It's just bean, I think, in this. Yeah, bean starter. Okay. So let's go ahead and clean up our inventory here a little bit. So we did our parsnips. Let's do our beans. We'll do our potatoes. And we'll do our cauliflower. There we go. So same thing here. We're going to go ahead and grab 50 of those and 25 of these. Can I get there? Not too bad. Except we need... There we go, 50 of those. $50 of those. Okay, so we've got our raw numbers here. So again, I'm doing 50 seeds just so I don't have to do the math in my head, because what we're seeing on these numbers are half. So one of the first things that you'll notice is the cost difference in buying your seeds, right? A lot of people start on parsnips because they're so cheap to buy. Whereas beans to buy are 25, it costs us 1,500. Potatoes, it costs us 1,250, and cauliflower, it would cost us 2,000. So if you don't have 2,000 early on in the game, then you can't buy 50, right? But you might buy one or something like that. So let's go ahead and throw these numbers in to our spreadsheet. So we got 1,500 and 1,000 beans. Yep. We'll talk about that in a second. 1,000. And then for our potatoes, we have 1250 and 2000. And for our cauliflower, we have 2000 and 43.75. Okay, so you might have seen an anomaly here. That anomaly is our beans. So our beans would say, you know, based off of our calculations here, we would actually lose money. So if we planted our 25 beans, that would cost us 1,500 in seeds. And when we harvest those beans, we get 1,000. So we lost 500. But this is our first regrow crop, right? So a green bean has a initial growth stage of 10. So it takes 10 days for the first one to come out. But then it matures another vegetable every 3 days. So instead of only harvesting it once, you get to harvest it multiple times. Now, you don't have to plant it every time either. You can do that with your parsnips, right? You harvest the parsnip, you replant the seed, you harvest it, you replant it. This automatically regrows. So if we look at the green bean, it has 10 days of growth, and then it regrows every 3 days, which means I don't have to replant it. So in that one, if we do a little bit of math, what we find is the initial cost of 1,500 is a one-time investment. And then we are going to make, let me get the right thing here. We're going to make 1,000 per harvest, which means if I do the math correctly here, let's move that one over. There we go. Of our 1,500 investment, we're going to make 6,000. So 4,500 in profit. So this is another factor to consider when you are doing crops is, does it regrow? Because I think in every crop I can think of, the regrowth time is less than the initial time. So it takes 10 days before you see any profit. Now, if you're short on money, planting something and waiting 10 days to see anything, and you'd actually lose money on the first harvest, might not be a position that you would actually be in, right? Okay, let's look at our potatoes. Our potatoes have an initial cost of $12.50 and a harvest cost of $2,000. If I look at a potato, let me move that over. Potatoes say, potato, there you are. It has a 6-day growth time. I have to replant, which means I'm going to get 4 harvests in on my potatoes. So if we look at that and we say 4, so our $12.50, we make $750 profit per harvest, which gets us up to $3,000. And our last crop here is cauliflower, where we have an initial cost of $2,000 and we make $43.75. But cauliflower has a growth time of 12 days, which means you can only get 2 harvests in. So let's change that to a 2. So that means we get 4,750. So of all of these crops, if we start out with parsnip, and this is just a 25 by 25 plot, right? We got our beans, we got our potatoes, and we have our cauliflower. Our best crop for money is our beans, because that single investment. So we make $22.50 on our parsnips, we make $6,000 on our beans, we make $3,000 on our potatoes, and we make $47.50 on our cauliflower. The problem with beans is it would be a 60 gold investment per seed, whereas a parsnip is a 20 gold investment per seed. So I can theoretically buy 3 parsnips for every 1 bean that I buy, right? So all these factors kind of go into, are you making money? Are you not making money? I don't know why I took my shirt off. That's weird. And you have to kind of consider that. Now, this is just the raw produce. And again, we're not talking about all of these could make more money if you get higher qualities. So we're keeping everything at the base. 15 likes. Holy cow, you guys are awesome. Let me catch up on chat. 15 likes. Yeah, definitely like the Lord of the Rings reference. I know, right? We're way ahead of schedule. Usually we hit 10 to 15 towards the end of the stream. So, okay. So at this point, we have to start to think about, so we're talking early game here. Early game, this is probably what you're going to have access to. First year, first season, you can plant some stuff. Now, what other factors would I consider besides just making money? Well, you also have to think about the farming experience that you're going to get, right? How much farming experience do you get for doing these? Like the cauliflower. The cauliflower will give you more experience. I don't know if I have that on my chart here. Let me look. Price, days, regrowth, harvest, base costs. I don't know what that number is. 40. What's the parsnip say? Oh, that's just that's the sale price. Okay. So for instance, if you plant cauliflower, you're going to get less early experience because you're not harvesting as much. Especially if you can only plant like 2 cauliflower. A cauliflower costs 80, right? So I can buy 4 parsnip seeds for 1 cauliflower seed. Hey, Adara, good to see you. Always appreciate you hanging out with us. Okay, so if we built, again, our little plot here. There we go. And we planted all this stuff out, then we're good to go. Now, what other things we want to consider here? Well, the first thing is our beans are on trellis, which means I can't just plot 25 of them in here. I wouldn't be able to get to the center ones, right? So I'd have to be more strategic on my planting there as well. Okay, so this is early game money 101. What you plant, how often you plant it. Now, for those that have played Stardew, a little bit of a spoiler, you can get access to one of the better spring crops as far as money producer, and that is the strawberry. But you don't get the strawberry until... I think it's the Egg Festival, right? Yeah. Until here. And the strawberry has an initial growth time of 8 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you won't get your first crop till here. And then it has a 4-day regrowth. Yep, I think a 4-day regrowth. 1, 2, 3, 4. So to maximize that, you'd want to plant it at the beginning of the season. Okay. Let's... I think it's the pickled parsnips. Let's see. Is Pierre open? Let's open Pierre up here real quick. I want more inventory space. That's all. Oh, dude, where are you going? Okay, Pierre. Go back to work. See if we can convince him to go back to work. There you go. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, I probably should have just left it at 6. Actually, what I want is over here. Okay, so you probably won't have access to this. at the beginning, and Lydia, you probably know off the top of your head, is it a 1-to-1 or 1-to-5 on preserve jars for parsnips? Plop a preserve jar down there. Let's see. Yeah, it's 1-to-1. Okay, I thought it was. So I could take, eventually, I could take my parsnips. Yeah, how many I need, yeah. And instead of making 875 off my parsnips, I could run them through a preserve jar. And, oh yes, let's pull the dehydrator out as well. There we go. No, don't eat the parsnips. Did I grab the wrong thing? Oh no, you can't dehydrate parsnips. Keg? Yeah, let's grab a keg as well. Alright, parsnips. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of cheaty here. And we are going to turn our keg, our dehydrator, and our preserve jars on. There we go. So we get, let's pull there, yeah, 25 in that one. We get parsnip juice. Let's move that down here. We get our 25 pickled parsnips. They came out of that. And again, I don't think, yeah, it's not letting us put the parsnips in the dehydrator. So let's get parsnip juice. Let's get 24 more of those. There we go. Okay, so now we can post-process our food. So early on, one of the things that you're probably going to do is you're just going to harvest your crops. You're going to take those crops and sell them, buy more seeds. Take those crops and sell them, buy more seeds. But then you eventually get to this point where instead of making 875 off your 25 parsnips, you could make 1,950, or you could make 3,000. Right now, there's time involved in that. So again, going back to our original premise, almost everything in Stardew Valley is about a balance of your resources. The resources of money, the resources of time, the resources of energy, the resources of number of days, the resources of whatever it happens to be. You can eventually, like if I planted 500 parsnips, right? If I don't have 500 preserve jars to run those, it's just not going to work. Let's turn this back off. So we'll turn this preserve jars back off. We'll grab our parsnip again. If we put it in there, we're going to see that it's going to take 2 days. Is that 2 days, 18 hours? 2 hours and 18 minutes. Well, since time's not running, it's hard to say. Let's turn time on. We'll see when 220 to 230 kicks over. So it's 2:18:30, and it changes to what? 2:18:20. Yeah, so it's 2 days, 18 hours. So it's not like I can just throw my parsnip in there, instantly get it back, and go and sell it. I now have a 2-day commitment, 2.5 days, almost 3-day commitment to getting this done, right? So this is also something you have to consider. Do you have the capacity? You know, you might, like, obviously it's going to make you a lot more money if you put these all in here. Do you have the time and capacity to make that happen? Now, again, early game, probably not. Late game, sure, maybe you have these big giant keg setups, or you've got an entire 3 buildings full of them and things like that. But that doesn't do you any good, you know, in the early game. But this is definitely something to consider, right? It's like, can I take this food, you know, instead of making, let's go back to our spreadsheet. We've got 375. So instead of making 375, which was 2,250 for the season, if I make 1950, that would be 11,000 for the season. Or if I made 3,000, that would be 18,000 for the season. But that's assuming you have the capacity to do that, right? If you're harvesting 25 parsnips every 4 days, and you have 1 preserve jar that takes 1 parsnip for 2 days, you can only process 2 parsnips. Now, when you're trying to make money, maybe you then divide and conquer here a little bit, right? Okay, I have 2 preserve jars. So I can, every harvest, I can put 4 parsnips in, you know, 2 days and 2 days. And so I'll make a little bit more on those while I'll still turn in and sell my other ones. What I like about things like this is more passive. So this is more of a mid-game style of making money, whereas what you do is you set yourself up somewhere. We'll just put it over here. You know, we set up a system where we're like, okay, probably inside of a building, but you know, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just do 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, so maybe I've somehow acquired or built, you know, 10 preserve jars. Well, now what I can do is on my 25 harvest, 10 of those can go over here. 15 of those I'll just sell, right? Or 10 would go over there. I'll save 10 for the next load and I'll sell the 5. And then I'll just start cycling these things out as as they become done. So again, 2 days on those. Okay, so that is something you can do as far as just crops. All right, so let's go on to our next thing. One of the early quests you will get is chicken coops. So your standard coop here, this is the entry-level coop, can hold 4 chickens. Chickens lay eggs. So we're not going to go through the egg laying process, but we are going to grab some eggs. We'll grab a stack of eggs there and a stack of those eggs. We don't need golden eggs. All right, I'm going to go ahead real quick here. Let's just drop a chest. I don't know if I'm going to need any or access to my parsnips and stuff later, so we'll pull all this stuff out, just put it in the chest, just in case we want to come back to it. Kegs, dehydrators, there we go. Okay, so let's talk about eggs. In roughly the same amount of space, right? So a chicken coop is 3 by 6, so it takes up 18 squares. So this takes up 25. This takes up 18. I can start getting eggs. Now, if you start, let's say we're starting the season with 4 chickens just to make the math easy. My 4 chickens are going to take 3 days before they lay any eggs. So we've got baby chicken, baby chicken, baby chicken, assuming you take care of your chickens. And I believe on the 4th day, is it 3 days? Make sure I got that right. Stardew Valley chickens. The chicken farm. Does it say baby anywhere? Baby. Nope. What about look up anything? Does it have it? Chicken, 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 chicken. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, let's see if it's in the wiki. Let's see. Incubate 5 days, 16 hours. Coop master, additionally 2 chickens are present. Yeah, I know that. Color, produce. Chickens we eat every day after 3 nights. Okay, have passed. Yeah. So I did have that correct. So let's say you got baby chickens, 4 baby chickens on day 1. Then it's 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights. So on the 4th day, they're going to start laying eggs. So let's start out with, if their friendship is low, they're most likely going to lay small eggs, right? So we're looking at 24 eggs per chicken, which would be 24, 48, 96 eggs. So let's get ourselves to somewhere around 96. There we go. Where do I want the chicken eggs? There we go. Let's put that up there. Okay, so cost of chickens here is something we have to consider, but we'll hit that in a minute. So my 96 eggs produced by my 4 chickens are going to be 4,800 in egg sales if I just sold the normal eggs. Again, this is also considering we're not talking about, we could have different qualities of eggs, which does impact the sales. So let's grab ourselves I don't think I want a full stack. Let's just get 1, 1, and 1. Actually, we should do that with the larges as well. We'll get 1, 1, and 1. There we go. So obviously, as your chickens get more love for you, right? We've got our normal eggs and our large eggs. So we'll talk normal eggs first. 1 chicken egg here is worth 50. That's worth 62. That's worth 75. That's worth 100. But we're just going to go again with the base product. So we have 4,800. So what are our opportunity costs for chickens? Well, the first one is if I buy chickens, the chickens are going to cost me 800 a piece, right? So you're looking at 3,200 to buy your chickens the first time. Now, much like crop regrowth, this is a one-time investment. So your first harvests are going to take a while. So if we go to let's get ourselves a stack. Okay, that's 20. We're going to need 40. I think 45. Would that do it? Nope. 2,700. There we go. So if I bought my chickens from Marnie, 800 a piece, it's going to take me 64 eggs to break even, right? So now we're talking about investment. We're investing in something that over the long term will help us out. Hey, oh, sorry, Victus, didn't see you. Yeah, have a wonderful night. Are we getting a video? Are we getting a Victus video this week? Nancy can tell us if Victus has already left. All right, so we've got a 64 egg investment. Anything after 64 eggs, and this is assuming I bought my chickens, is 100% profit. We're now making money, right? So let's also go back to the wiki and let's look at another piece of data that we want to consider here. And that is, let's say right now I can't do this, but when I get the higher level coops, I'll actually get an egg incubator, right? So an egg incubator takes 5 days, 16 hours to incubate an egg. Unless, again, you have the professions and stuff, which is more in-game. I'm going to turn time back off here. Hold on. We're running out of daylight. There we go. Okay, so we're talking 5 days, 16 hours. So it's probably going to take you 6 days. So if we come in here, 4, 5, 6. So it's 300 gold that I've given up to incubate my egg, right? But here's where it gets weird. That's just for your one chicken. So if you really start to think about this, for one chicken, I've given up 3, but I've also given up those, let's say I have 0 chickens in my coop, you know, and I have an incubator. Well, it takes me 6 days to get that first chicken. Now that chicken's producing, but it took me 6 days of only having one chicken, and then 6 more days to incubate my second chicken. And then 6 days of only having one chicken, 6 days of having 2 chickens, and 6 days to incubate my third chicken. And then 6 days, 6 days, 6 days, and then 6 days to incubate my fourth chicken. 6, 12, yeah, 24. So I've given up 3,000 total gold incubating my chickens, where I could have bought them for 3,200 and start producing right away. But again, this is another cost of, do you have the money right now? If you have one chicken and it lays an egg and you put that in the incubator right away, you don't have to spend the money to get the money started. But once you get up and running and you have, let's say, more than one coop or something like that, it's almost a wash here. If you just buy your chickens outright, you're actually 200 below where you would be if you incubated them all. And that's assuming you actually get in and grab the egg and get everything going and things like that. If you miss a day, that's going to mess that up. Okay, so not necessarily a season 1, but every season I have 4 chickens. I could have 96. Let's do a little math here. Equals this times 2 and equals this times 3. All right, so let's grab, that's the normal egg. There we go. If we had a full coop, 288. So a full coop would be 12 chickens, and then the first upgrade would be 192. I think I went one more. There we go. Okay, so now a coop is actually giving me 100 or 9,600 if I have 8 chickens, and then 1,000 or 14,400 if I have 12 chickens, so full coop. But again, we have our investment, you know, so that would be 3264 or 9600 if I bought the chickens, or loss of opportunity of that same amount. So as you kind of upgrade, you're going to start getting this. So here's an interesting thing though. This is if I'm getting the small eggs, right? So now we want to do the same thing with large eggs, because once my chickens start producing and they start to get their friendship up, we need 16 more. There we go, 96. 192. $328 is close. $288. There we go. All right, so now we can look at, once they kind of convert over and start laying larger eggs, now my money goes up, right? 4,800 to 9,120. 9,600 to 18,240, and 14,400 to 27,360. For me, this is another incentive to get them to purchase the chickens and start petting them every day to get their friendship up, because I want to get to this quicker. The quicker I get to this, the quicker I'm making more money. So we won't necessarily do this with every product. You know, cow milk works the same way. Goat milk works the same way on this kind of thing. But wait, there's more. All right, 15. We're still good. Oh, what did I just grab? I don't need that. Let's grab a stack of mayonnaise and a stack of gold mayonnaise. And we'll grab that. There we go. Okay, so much like the preserve jars, we have this little awesome utility thing called a mayonnaise machine. So the mayonnaise machine basically works like, let's put 4 in. Much like the preserve jars, it gives us crops, or it gives us a refined product, right? So let's take, these are all normal eggs, right? Let's take 1 normal egg here and 1 large egg there. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, and I'm going to turn on my mayonnaise machine instant. Actually, let's turn that off at first. We want to look at some timing here. Much like everything else, a mayonnaise machine has a timing on how long it takes. Now, these aren't as bad as the preserve jars. All right, so we're going to put our normal egg in the top one here. We're going to put our silver in this one, our gold in this one, and our iridium in that one. So if we look here, we've got 3 hours, right? So if this is going to go for 3 hours, which means, you know, if you did this first thing in the morning, let's say at 6 o'clock exactly, you've got one at 6, 9, 12, and you got 3, 6, 9, 12. You could theoretically get 7 eggs in per mayonnaise machine. So a single mayonnaise machine could keep up with a coop of 4 without any problem. It wouldn't quite keep up with a coop of 8, and so on and so on. Let's go ahead and fire these up, though, because there's an interesting thing that happens with eggs here. All right, so I instant finished those, and you'll look, I have 4 gold mayonnaise. So we're going to harvest those. So there's my 4 gold mayonnaise. Just to make this easier to see, we'll put them horizontal here. Here we go. All right, now we're going to do the same thing that we just did. And we're going to put a normal egg in the first one, a silver egg in the second one, a gold egg in the third one, and an iridium egg in the fourth one. So notice these 4 created normal mayonnaise, right? So if we go back here, 4. So eggs are interesting in that the quality of the egg doesn't impact the quality of the mayonnaise. Small eggs make normal mayonnaise, large eggs make gold mayonnaise. So if we kind of bring this back into our system, if I'm doing small eggs, we're going to grab 96 mayonnaise, and we'll throw it there. And if I'm doing large eggs, we'll grab 97 gold mayonnaise. And put it there. Okay, so our eggs are worth 50, our small eggs a piece. Our mayonnaise is worth 190. So we almost quadrupled the amount of money we're going to make off of these small eggs. If we go to our large eggs, they're worth 95. And this is 285. So triple-ish, a little low, right around there. But what's interesting here is, and I already got rid of all my other eggs, so let's grab those again. You do get a little bit of a diminishing returns issue here. Let's grab... Nope, I don't want full stacks. I just want singles. Let's see. Okay. So normal egg, large egg, normal egg, and where are you? There we go, normal egg. So we've got 190 here. Even our best egg that we could ever get is still, you're going to get more value making mayonnaise out of it. You'll get less additional value, but 190 for a mayonnaise off of any of these eggs, including the normals. There we go. We'll throw a normal into the thing. So I get my best bang for my buck when the chicken eggs kind of suck. As they get up higher, it doesn't really matter, but you're always still making more money. Now, again, we're not taking into account factors that will also boost this. So, for instance, you can get the artisan goods. Since mayonnaise is an artisan good, you can get a 40% increase in this cost if you take certain skills and things like that. But we're comparing everything apples to apples. We're not taking any of that bonus stuff in, but it will matter. Now up here on our large eggs, which is our gold mayonnaise, we've got 95, 118, 142, and 190. But even the 190 is not the 285 that we're going to get off of this. All right, so assuming that we have just 4 chickens on our farm in a season for the same amount of space, where we were making 2,200 on parsnips, we're making 6,000 on beans, we're making 3,000 on potatoes, we're making 4,750 on cauliflower. We are now making, if we're getting this one, we're making 18,240. We'll do a little bit of subtraction here in a second. And on this one, we're making 27,360. 360. And again, that's for a whole season. That's not a day or anything like that. If we take out that we bought our chickens, you know, we're looking at about 3,200 for the initial cost, which means in profits for the very first, basically, section. Let's do that. For our normal eggs, we're making 15,000. For our other ones, we're making 24,160. And that's if we only have the 4 chickens running. The next season, that will be pure profit. You don't have to rebuy your chickens. Chickens also work all 4 seasons. You do have a hay cost potentially in the winter. But that is actually an additional thing there. So let's go ahead and, yeah, we'll do it here, live in game. I could just do this in the spreadsheet, but we might as well keep up with what we've got going on here. Put that one there. And our 288. There we go. So if we have 8 chickens up here, again, if they were normal eggs, you're going 36,000. If we had 12 chickens, you're making 54,000. But if they go up to the gold mayonnaise, you're looking at 54,000. Interesting enough. Okay, let's talk about that. That is an interesting. Okay, is it the same here? It is not. Did I get all the numbers right? Okay. 36,480. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. And then 82,000 for that. Something I find interesting here is just the way numbers sometimes work. If I have 12 brand new chickens, they're going to make 54,720, which is the same as 8 mature chickens, like high friendship chickens, right? 54,720. It's just interesting. That's how the math worked out. So here we're looking at 82,000 gold coming in for every coop once the coop is fully up and running. So that would be a mid-game style thing, right? So this is one of the things that, a lot of people maybe don't get into the production side of things so much. Now I should be able to. I think I can just give myself artisan here. And now you can see with the artisan buff, which is a mid to late game thing, instead of the, which one was it? Was it 27,000 on that one? We're at 38,000. This is up to 114,000, right? So by maximizing your skills and deciding what it is you want to be. Yeah, that was 82,000 before. So 82 to 114,000. It's a 40% increase in your sales. Now that doesn't affect the eggs either, right? So you have to consider things like that as well. Like how am I going to set myself up? What am I going to do from that standpoint? And then again, obviously this just continues to go. Now, 16 chickens. If I have 16 chickens laying 16 eggs a day, and my mayonnaise machines here can do 6 a day, I'm going to need at least 3. And that's if I harvest them every time they are done. Obviously, when you're playing the game, there are a lot of times where you're going to be off doing other things. You get back, you notice your mayonnaise is done. You grab the mayonnaise and you put more eggs in. You go off and do things. You might only get 2 or 3 eggs in the mayonnaise machine a day, unless you're running mods and stuff like that. So you have to consider your capacity that way as well. Much like our preserve kegs over here, if we don't build in the fact that this has to be done, let's say we're getting 2 done a day, right? I do it once in the morning, once at night. Well, that means if I'm going to have 16 chickens laying 16 eggs in a day, I'm going to need 8 of these machines to keep up with that production. So a lot of it kind of depends on how you play from that particular standpoint. All right. Trying to think any more animal things. Obviously, each of the animals is a little bit different. Let's kind of talk about that. Chickens is an everyday thing. Let's go to cows. So a cow produces milk every day. A goat, I think, is every other day. Goat is, every 2 days. And they have a cheese press, much like the mayonnaise machine, that you can do the same thing. So let's grab just a couple of things here. We'll grab a goat milk, large goat milk, normal milk, and then we'll grab 2 of those. Our inventory is getting a little full here. There we go. All right, so if you have a goat and a cow, both producing at their top, my goat's going to produce a goat milk every 2 days. So in that same time, I could get 2 cow milk, right? But my goat milk sells for $2.25 and my cow milk sells for $2.50. So my cow, even though it takes 2 or 1 cow to equal a goat, it produces twice as much. So it's one animal, but this one's producing milk half as often, right? So here I'm making more off my cow. For the large one is 345, but I'm going to do 380 if I have cows. So right now my cows are outstripping my goats as far as making me money. Let's go ahead and now get to cheese. So we have normal cheese. We want 2 of. And goat cheese we want 1 of. All right, so if I do the same thing, I process that cheese, I get 1 goat cheese for 400, and I get 2 normal cheese for 460. Now, let's see if I can remember off the top of my head. Cheese. Let's just go to cheese. Cheese is also an artisan good, so you'll run into that as well. Using milk will produce normal quality cheese, while large milk will produce gold quality cheese, right? So much like our chicken eggs, we're getting a different version. So let's go to gold. We will grab 1 goat cheese, and we will grab 2 cow cheese. There we go. So our normal milk's going to produce a cheese. Our large milk's going to produce a gold. Our gold is going to be 600, and this one's going to be 690. Hey, Kyler, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing, my friend? So from this standpoint, right, buying cows is going to produce slightly more than buying goats. Now, like everything, let's talk about costs. First off, a cow needs a normal barn, which is fine. And I can buy a cow for 1,500 gold. And I can buy a goat. And a goat costs 4,000. So my investment in goats is actually higher than my cows. Also, I need a big barn, which is the first upgrade, as opposed to a normal barn. So this is one of those cases where a lot of people will see something that's like, hey, I have 4 cows, but I got the big barn, and goats are now available, and goats cost more to buy, and they're going to make goat cheese, and goat cheese sells for more, right? Like if I look at a single goat cheese sells for 600, a single cow cheese sells for 345. But you have to consider your production rates, right? A cow is going to produce milk every day, and a goat's every other day. Make sure, again, that is correct. Goats can become pregnant. Yeah, every 2 days. And so it's almost deceptive in the game. It's like, okay, I started you with a barn, and you put in cows, and you're making milk, and you get cheese, and that's money. Here's a new item. Here's a goat, and the goat will make goat milk, and it needs a big barn, and it costs more to buy, and the individual cheese is going to be more, and the individual milk is more, right? This is 125 to 225, but really for production, you're going to make more money off of the cow milk than you are the goat milk. Kind of. I would hope so. I saw you earlier today, or you saw me anyway. It's good to see you, Kyler. Glad you were able to make it by. And no spoilers in this one, because we're not actually playing a story. We're just going over buying and selling and things like that. So now, you have to also consider other things. First off, how much is your time? Early in the game, in order to get the milk, you have to milk the animals, which takes time. So if you want to milk the cows every day to maximize your milk and cheese profits, you will make slightly more money. But if it's more important to you to say, you know what, I kind of like this every other day thing, that means every other day I can do something else. I can go look at the difference here. We're looking at the difference between 225 and 250, 25 gold. Could you go make 25 gold doing something else in that time that you are milking all of your cows? Maybe, maybe not. Or maybe you just rather be in the mines and doing something else, right? So maybe for you, goats is the way to go. While they aren't quite as profitable, they free up some of your time. So, you know, these are all factors. Another factor to consider is, why are you producing products? Are you doing it just to make money, or do you need to sell, you know, for a completed collection? You know, from that standpoint, you're going to have to get the cheese and the goat cheese and the goat milk and the things like that. So definitely something to consider on those. Okay, let's see. Other animals. You know what? Let's take a quick break, and then we'll go over the other animals and kind of talk about where their money comes from. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes, and we'll hit on the other animals. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, absolutely, for sure. Once I get in numbers into a spreadsheet, I'm going to get lost. So, all right, let's go back to our coop. So we talked about chickens. Let's clean some of this stuff out. So we'll put a chest down here. And eggs and mayonnaise. Now, we won't go quite so crazy in depth here on this next round, but we do want to kind of look at things. So the next one we have for the coop is the duck. We got the duck egg and the duck mayonnaise that we can make. And we'll just do the 4 duck version here. So let's grab... 96 of those. Oop, missed it by 10. And 96 of those. Okay, so if we look at the duck, let me make sure. I might have the wrong numbers there. Duck's going to purchase from Marnie's Ranch, 1,200, or be hatched by placing duck in the incubator. Ducks are able to swim in ponds. Ducks we eat mature 5 nights. Okay, so duck is another every two days thing. So let's cut these numbers in half. So unlike our let's grab... $96 of those. So this is going to be similar to our cow-goat problem that we had, right? Oops. There we go. Okay, so we've upgraded our coop. We can get ducks at the big coop. Ducks lay eggs every 2 days. So in a season, again, we're going to get our 48 duck eggs and our 48 mayonnaises. Let's move. Actually, I'm going to put down another chest down here by the barn. And let's ditch our cheese and milk as well. And that stuff as well. There we go. Okay. So we have our duck egg and our duck mayonnaise. We have our normal egg and our normal mayonnaise. And we have our... Oops, I get 2 normal eggs. I did. We'll fix that here in a second. We need large eggs. There we go. Okay, so all things being equal, 4 chickens and 4 ducks could potentially produce what we're looking at here. So if we just go off of the egg cost, we've got 95 per egg, 45.60, 50 per egg, 4,800. So again, my chickens are out producing my ducks. But once my chickens are mature, I'm jumping up from 4,500 to 9,025. There's another factor here we'll talk about in a second. Mayonnaise wise, duck mayonnaise is going to make me 18,000. This is going to make me 18,240, and this is going to make me 27,360. From a pure just making money standpoint, our chickens are outperforming our ducks. But there is an item that the ducks do produce that our chickens do not, and that is duck feathers. I believe there's some random to this. Yeah, so it may produce a duck feather instead of a duck egg. And does it give me any kind of a rate? I don't see it. Oops. Hold on. We have an issue. Get that out of there. There we go. That was the automate mod kicking in there. So, okay, no harm, no foul. Okay, so of these 48 eggs, let's just be conservative and say 10%. So let's pull out 5 eggs and we'll put in 5 feathers, right? So I lost 475, but I gained 1,250. So this could be something. Again, there are higher level ones and things like that we could run into. So now my 4,085 plus my 1,250 is 5,335. So 5,335 is more than that, but still not as much as that. But what about duck feathers? Elliot loves them and Harvey likes them. So it could be something that you use as a gift. So those are things that you have to also think about. And do you want to ship a duck feather or not? But honestly, if you're just, well, this one's messed up now. There we go. If you're just looking for profit, chickens rock, especially once you get them up to high friendship levels. In the same amount of time, you're looking at 18,000, 18,240, and 27,360. I appreciate it, Kyler. Yeah, I haven't met him in this save. Actually, in this save, there might be more people that actually like the duck feather. Can I get to it this way? No, let's look at it this way, though. This save, I haven't met everybody. Let's see, duck feather. Oh, yeah, it's just Elliot and Leo that love it. Harvey likes it, so nothing. We didn't lose anything there. Yeah, I forgot about that. This save, I haven't gone around and even said hi to everybody, I don't think, in this save file. I probably should just do that to make that happen. So. All right, so that's our duck. The next thing we have in the coop is a void chicken. So let's go with void. And again, we'll get void eggs and void mayonnaise. We'll check in on our void chicken here. So our void chicken, mature after 3 days. They're also an every other day. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go ahead. Let's pull that back out. We'll set this back up. We're going to pull. Actually, no, it's probably easier to do it this way. There we go. All right, so let's move our... So far, our chickens are winning here. Let's see where these fall. So we got 3,120. Doesn't look like they're doing even as good as the ducks. So 3,120, 4,500, 13,000, 18,000. So our void chicken needs a big coop, needs a void egg. Is again one of those things that I'm not saying don't get a void chicken. You probably need it for missions and things like that. Void eggs and void mayonnaise. Void egg is loved by Krobus and Sebastian. Where is my mayonnaise? Give me a link. There it is, void mayonnaise. And void mayonnaise is loved by Krobus. So there's a novelty to the void chicken and the void egg. But as a money maker, probably not where I'm going to go, right? If I get a free void egg, sure, I'll turn it into mayonnaise and sell it. Not a problem, but again, and everything is going to scale above this. So, all right, what else can we do with our coop? Well, we can get a dinosaur. So let's get a dinosaur egg here. Dino. Oh, I got a new journal entry. You found an artifact. Oh, thank you. Okay, so a dinosaur farm animal lives in a big coop. Now, this is getting probably more into mid to late game because you're not going to come across dinosaur eggs until you get probably to the desert. Hatched and placed. Dinosaurs are born. Produces a dinosaur egg every 7 days. So we're definitely increasing our time here. And then it can make mayonnaise. So we're just going to assume every 7 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in a season. So let's go ahead and grab 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's see where these fall in our pecking order here. 1,400 and 3,200. This is 13,000 and 3,100. So I would not be doing dinosaur stuff for profit, right? Compared to the, now, again, if you just want to have dinosaurs and that's how you want to play the game, knock yourself out, have fun. Now there is a asterisk next to this in that a dinosaur egg is considered an artifact. which means you can sell dinosaur eggs. Yeah. Treasure appraisal guide can make the actual eggs themselves worth more. And as a matter of fact, like Lydia said, if you have the treasure appraisal guide, once you get up to, is it silver or gold? But once you get up to higher level dinosaur eggs, here, let's just do this as a test. Dino egg. There we go. Let's get one of you, and one of you. Okay, so we got silver and gold there. We'll grab one of these. So this is worth 800. This is worth 700, 500. So still profitable to make mayonnaise, right? But let me see if I can give myself this. I think I can. Key to that magnifying glass. Maybe not. All right. We'll just do it this way then. Treasure appraisal guide. All right, we're going to do something here real quick, though, just so I don't mess anything up. I don't want to lose all the stuff we've just done, so we're just going to go and sleep to save before we do this. That way, if I want to revert it, I can. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we were fortunate enough that we came upon a treasure appraisal guide. So right now we've got our dinosaur eggs. Again, $350 a piece. It's $437, $525, and $700. But we read this little book. And because this, you fetch a better price when selling artifacts, we now have a situation where our mayonnaise is $800. Let's just grab one of these. Our dinosaur egg is $10.50. So turning this egg into mayonnaise actually loses me money. $1,300, $1,575, and $2,100. So if I'm selling eggs, a single egg here is worth more than any mayonnaise by quite a bit. And let's go ahead and get ourselves 4 of each one so we can compare that. So we want 3 of those, 3 of those, and 3 of those. Okay, so we can get 4 in a season. So now all of a sudden, we're making 4,200, 5,244, 6,300, and 8,400. 8,400, still lower than any of my mayonnaise production. But if I'm getting these, that is right up there with chickens, right? So my chicken eggs are 9,000. My dinosaur eggs, purple dinosaur eggs, would be 8,400. 6,300, 5,200, 4,200. So my normal chicken eggs, my small chicken eggs, are on par with these. My duck eggs are right around the bottom here. And this is actually worse. So my 4 dinosaur eggs that I would get from my 4 dinosaur... Actually, no. This would be 16. Actually, I've got my numbers wrong. Hold on. Let's fix this. That was just for 1 dino. 16. There we go. So if we have 4 in the coop, that's what we're kind of using as our base. There we go. Okay, now let's look at these numbers. 16,000, 20,000, 25,000, 33,000. If you're getting iridium quality, so if you're getting these down here, you're at 16,000. That is comparable to better than void mayonnaise, but worse than duck mayonnaise. If you're starting to get silvers out of it, you're at 20,000. Better than duck, better than small eggs, but not quite as good as your large eggs. At gold, you have not quite surpassed, our high friendship chickens, but blown by that. And at iridium, you're actually now getting better. Now, what's the wiki say about it? I don't know what the high friendship drop rates are on those, but this is one of those things that it's almost counterintuitive. Now, obviously, this only works if you have that appraisal guide. Oops. I did the wrong thing. I want this one. But these far blow away the 12,000 we would get. So if you turn these 16 dino eggs into mayonnaise, you would go from 33,000 to 12,000. You would lose a ton of money. But again, that is all dependent on this treasure appraisal guide. So if you have this, you know, if you have found this book, now all of a sudden, maybe, yeah, dino eggs are the way to go. This also takes out the extra step of making mayonnaise. So not only am I potentially making more money, I'm also taking out time of processing and things like that. Oh, am I missing 96, 96, 95? All right, we're missing an egg. Our numbers are a little bit off. That would be a large. There we go. And let's go ahead and ditch some of this stuff while we're here. All right. So something to consider, right? It depends on what stage of the game you're in and what things you have. Now, the other thing that we didn't do here is let's go ahead and give ourselves back Artisan. And I don't think any of the other farming things matter. Let's look here. Farming skill. Animal products worth 20% more, but we wouldn't get Artisan for that. Tiller doesn't really matter. So, and again, some of those perks, we're doing most of this without the perks, so we'll kind of keep that in mind. But now if I turn Artisan on, now my mayonnaise is going to go up. So now if I have the book and the Artisan skill, all of a sudden my void mayonnaise is worth 18,000, which is right between those two. My duck mayonnaise is 25,000, which is right at about gold. My normal mayonnaise is 25,000, which is right at about gold. And my gold mayonnaise is 38.3, which is above my dinosaur egg. But again, this takes a separate step. I have to buy the mayonnaise machines. I have to take my eggs and put them in the mayonnaise machines. I need to harvest the mayonnaise out of the mayonnaise machines. So it's comparable. If you're Artisan and Treasure Appraisal Guide, these are actually pretty close. I don't think I can take the Treasure Appraisal Guide back off, but I think the chickens beat out the dinosaur eggs in that particular one. All right, so that's the dinosaur. Now, again, you're not going to get your first dinosaur until later on, so kind of keep that in mind as well. The next one we have is gold chickens. Golden chickens lay a golden egg every day. Golden egg can place in a machine. Okay, so 3. Now, this would be very late game. Isn't it? Don't you have to hit perfection to get the golden chicken? That's my memory on it. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this would be very late game, and so you're probably at this point not really... Oh, crap, I hit the wrong button. Not really working towards making lots and lots of money. 96. And mayonnaise. We need 288. Gold quality mayonnaise. All right, we're gonna have to split these. All right, let's just grab all that. All right, so we'll put this. Where do these fall? 48,000. So they're gonna blow everything away there. So we'll move these over. And we'll get our stack back done there. And then this one, we need 55. All right, so if we put in 4 gold chickens, they're going to produce an egg every day. These are worth 500 apiece, so you can see the difference. So 48,000 for the eggs, but each egg's going to make 3 gold quality mayonnaise. So that's going to be, you know, one 500 egg is going to create 1, 2, 3. So a $500 egg will create 1,197 in mayonnaise, which means we can get 114,912 mayonnaise for the season. Now again, I almost hesitate to put this one in. This is post perfection that you'd be doing stuff like this. But if you were just saying, you know what, I'm going to use chickens to make my money, this would be what you would do, right? You would convert all of your other chickens and everything over to gold chickens, and really reap that in. Yeah, this still has I think this still has the artisan buff on. We can turn that off. So non-artisan buff, it'd be 82,000 and 48,000, 27,000 and 91,000. So you're still almost doubling. 96,000 would be double. But again, there's nothing that's going to touch 82,000, 27,000, 33,000 for those. But again, as a money maker while you're playing the game, you're not going to have gold chickens as well. All right, chicken duck, void chicken, dinosaur, golden chicken. Our last one is the rabbit. The rabbit is our last coop character. So let's get some wool and rabbit's feet. We'll just start with normal ones for right now. Okay, rabbit's feet every 6 nights, per wool every 4 days, and drop it on their own once sufficient friendship is rice. Rabbit's foot instead of wool, and that's just a randomness thing. So again, if we're kind of looking at every 4 days, you know, you've got, I don't want to do math in my head, 7 roughly that you could get. So go to 28. Now, this is a completely different product, but you are looking at, if you're doing it just for the money, right? 3,000 to 9,000, so it's better than void. Duck is 4,500, better than that. 4,800, 9,100. So rabbits, if you're just going to sell the wool, right, are actually a pretty good producer. Now, some of these might be rabbit's feet, but since rabbit's feet are worth more, so 340 to 565, that would just be a bonus on there. Yep, and then so the next step in that is, much like our production machines here, you can get a loom. And we'll just put one of those down for right now. And the loom will take our wool, and it will create cloth out of it. So we'll grab cloth. And again, we're ignoring quality right now. So if we grab 28 cloth, I can convert that wool. So much like I can convert an egg into mayonnaise, I can convert my wool into cloth, and I can turn that into from 9,500 to 13,160. Now that's also an artisan good, which means if I come in here and turn that on, now we're going from 38,000, I'm sorry, for 9,000 there, 9,500 there to 18,000 there. 4, 7, yeah. So the wool to egg ratio is really, really good. The egg to mayonnaise versus cloth, wool to cloth ratio, not good as a product you want to sell. Now, obviously, if you are making cloth, you might be making it not as a cash crop, you know, to say here. Yeah, so yeah, Lydia's making some good points. Yeah, she's our resident cloth expert here. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab the different levels of cloth so we can look at that. So let's go ahead and grab cloth again. There we go. So if you do start to get the better cloth, and we still have artisan on here. So you can start to see 18,000, 22,000, 27,000, 36,000. And also, yeah, so if you get higher level wool as well, like iridium wool will give you 2 cloth, right? So let's say you had all iridium wool. You know, now all of a sudden your wool is turning into 36,000, which is right in line. You know, we're looking at 38,000 for the mayonnaise, 36,000 for the wool. Let's turn our artisan back off. It's going to scale roughly the same, 27,000 and 26,000. Yeah, the quality differences would... Now, do you get iridium quality cloth, gold cloth, and does that come out of the loom or no? I haven't done a lot of stuff with cloths. So you're definitely going to be our expert there. Let's see, wool, anything else on wool? Emily may have one wool. Okay, cloth. That's a 4 hours. So 4 hours, again, much like everything we've talked about, you have to take the processing time. Just a chance of 2 cloth. Okay, so... So yeah, so you've got 4 hours of production. So placing quality wool in a loom gives a chance to produce 2 cloth. Silver's 10%, gold's 50%, and iridium is 100%. So as you get better and better wool, and you're kind of seeing that pattern, right? As you get better stuff, oftentimes it'll do better things. But what's interesting is that's not true of the eggs. We saw that, right? An iridium egg is going to give you the same mayonnaise. It doesn't matter. The egg will sell for more, but the mayonnaise is thing. Okay, so that is our rabbit. Let's see, cloth, dino, wool, rabbit, golden chicken, coop. Let's get back to our coop here. There we go. So I think that covers all of our coop animals. We've got chicken, ducks, void chickens, dinosaurs, golden chickens, and rabbits. Based off of our numbers, and again, this is everything in equal quantities. Our dino is, from a pure money standpoint, if you are getting iridium dinosaur eggs, and I don't know, let's see if there is anything that it says about the drop. I don't think it does. Does it give me a... note the dinosaur has 0 hearts. No, I don't want to sell it. A dinosaur egg can be placed in a managed machine. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't see anything on the rates that you're going to get these dinosaur eggs. So, you know, if it is 100%, once your dinosaurs are fully friended up, if they're always dropping iridiums, then this is your best bet. Up until then, our large egg mayonnaise is still kind of kicking butt right there. All right, let's take another quick break here, and we'll go over and finish up the barn animals. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back and have a good night, Adara. Thanks for hanging out with us. Take it easy. All right, let's go ahead and... oh, where should we put it? Let's put our cloth. All right, while we are going to go over to the barn, the next barn animal is a special case, and that is our friend, the ostrich. So we've got ostrich eggs that we can get. So ostrich is a barn animal. It's not a coop animal. And it lays ostrich eggs. So ostrich eggs are every 7 days. So 28 of these would be a season. There we go. So let's put them next to the dino stuff here. So 600 a piece. Definitely better than any of our eggs. Not as good as that. Do we still have artisan on? Let's turn that off if we do. We do not. Okay. So not quite as good as our dino eggs. But interesting enough, it is the same sale price. Even though there's more of them, we've got the same total for a season there, right? So let's go ahead and grab also. Okay, so ostrich eggs work a little bit different here. Let's put these here. Move our cloth and wool out of the way. So we've got 600, 750, 900, and 1200. Now what's interesting is a single ostrich egg makes 10 mayonnaise. So this is where things are going to get interesting. So let's grab mayo. And we need... this is going to be a little messy. We already got gold in there. Okay. So let's fix some things here. Okay, there we go. So everything's kind of working here. Now, ostrich eggs. An ostrich egg can be placed in a mayonnaise machine. It produces 10 mayonnaise of the same quality as the egg. So in this regard, we can start really pumping out mayonnaise. So our plain old ostrich eggs are going to create 280 mayonnaise. So that's 53,000. So it beats that, beats that, beats that, and beats that right out of the gate, right? Now we're also assuming we have 4 ostriches here. Again, I don't see a drop rate for, you know, what triggers the mayonnaise to go up, but at this stage, now all of a sudden we're going to be looking at some crazy numbers. There we go. So if I'm pulling normal ostrich eggs, I can take those 28 eggs, because an ostrich will lay an egg every 7 days. So 4, 8, 16. Did I get that right? 7 days is 4. Yeah. So 4 per ostrich per 4, 8. Nope, 16. We need to go down a little bit. Make sure I did my math right. Ostrich every 7 days. So 1 ostrich would be 4, 8. Yeah, we need 8. We need 16, not 28. Let's make a quick adjustment here. I just had the wrong numbers. It's still impressive, though. We're looking at 9,600, which, again, it's better than any set of eggs. And then our top here is 27,000, 18,000 there. Okay, so we need to drop these to 160. There we go. This will be a little bit more in line. I thought those numbers were looking a little inflated. There we go. Okay. So 4 ostriches, each laying 4 eggs a season. Or 4 eggs, yeah, 4 eggs a season. Gets me 16 eggs. So I've got 30,000 in mayonnaise, which is going to put me above even my best chickens in their heyday, right out of the bat, right? The crappiest eggs that I can get here. As far as this, you're in line with the dinosaurs if you have the treasure appraisal guide. So we're already seeing a big thing. Everything above that is just going to be more profit. So if we get up into our silvers, now we're up to 37,000. So we gain 7,000 there. Gold's to 45,000, and 60,000 for iridium quality eggs. So your real number is going to be somewhere in the middle, you know, whatever you're getting for eggs. But as far as just if you were going mayonnaise driven here, our ostrich eggs are trumping most things. Now, the golden, let's see, where are we? 19,000. Yeah, the golden eggs are still going to trump that. And it's 3 per here. So it would be, what is it? 96 times 3 is 288. Let's see if the golden egg can keep up with it. Oops. There we go. So if we had the golden chickens going, they're making 82,000. Yeah, so the golden chickens are still going to beat the ostrich. So, but again, it is a barn animal, so you need a barn for ostriches. So it's a little bit of a special case. Okay, so we've done the cows, we've done the goats, we've done the ostriches. We have sheeps and pigs left. The sheep is kind of like our rabbits in that it's not going to create eggs and milk and all that kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and clear that out. Sheep is all about wool. Let's compare the sheep to the rabbit and just see how close they are. Okay, so as a reminder, our rabbit is creating wool every 4 days. Our sheep is going to create wool every mature sheep every 3 days. So let's get that going. We'll just pull the wool for right now. Okay, so if we have we'll do a column of sheep and a column of rabbits. So our sheep is every 3 and a rabbit is every 4, correct? Every 4. So every 4 means 7. So it'd be 7 per. So it'd be 28. All right, so that's our rabbit. Our sheep, though, is every 3 days. So we're going to get more wool out of our sheep. That's a little over 9. So we'll put this at 36. We'll just round down. Okay, so if we bring a sheep in. Now, the sheep is not going to drop the rabbit's feet. And rabbit's feet are a very good gift to get. Let's see, rabbit's foot. I'm just going to switch over here. I'm not even going to try to read all of this. That gives you an idea of who loves rabbit's feet. Basically everybody but Penny, right? So the rabbit's foot is one of those bonus things if you're not just concerned about money, but you're also working on friendship and things like that. You do get that bonus of the rabbit's foot, right? Everybody loves the rabbit's foot. But if we're just going off of selling things, our sheep is going to produce, what is it, 28, another 20% more wool. If I'm doing the math right in my head, I might be wrong there. But you're looking at 9,000 versus 12,000. And obviously these are going to scale with the cloth production as well, doubling and all that kind of stuff. So if you're just going for wool and cloth, the sheep definitely trumps the rabbit. But if you want the rabbit's feet, you get kind of a bonus perk on that one. And then our last one is the pig. Pig is a whole different animal in that you don't harvest anything directly from the pig. All right. So a pig is an animal, lives in the deluxe barn, can be purchased for $16,000. So it's expensive to have an upfront cost. A mature and fed pig produces truffles every day if the conditions are met. A truffle, yada, yada, yada. Does it say any kind of a drop rate? We might not be able to do a direct comparison here. A mature and fed pig produces truffles every day. Let's see if it says anything on the truffle page. They do not receive an increase for a rancher. They're not forageables. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on... Yeah, so there's a randomness to this. So the disadvantage of this is it is going to give you not necessarily consistence. So you need, the pig has to be fed. The pig has to be left outside the barn. It can't be raining or storming. So any rainy days will take this out. It can't be winter. Doesn't work in winter. And there has to be an open tile. So if you have like all grass or something, it can't place here. Pig has a 0.02% chance of each frame to generate a truffle. If it's not generated truffle for the day, if it's standing on a free tile. It means there's around a 99% chance that a pig will generate a truffle each day, with the assumption of it walking around mostly free tiles. Friendship does not affect this chest. A pig with 0 friendship says a 99%. So we're going to go off of 1 truffle a day. That's just kind of where we're going to put this, if you set your farm up correctly. So that means we need 28 truffles. And that is, again, no rain, nothing like that. Also assuming nothing like, what am I thinking? It's not winter as well. Okay, truffles, like a lot of our other things, you can put truffles in the oil maker and you can turn truffles into truffle oil. So our core truffles here, 17,500. Our truffle oil is 29,820. Truffles don't get bonuses like a lot of things do, but our truffle oil will. But let's go ahead and grab out our gold mayonnaise. As kind of our top tier, one of our top tier products that we're getting there. So you're looking at 29,820 versus 27,360. So on a perfect run, our pig is going to outperform our chickens. Now, let's say, and that again, they don't produce in winter. So you're taking 25% out of that. But let's say it rains 4 days. Right? So now we're down to 25.5 versus 27.3. So, this is good. The nice part about this is not a lot of maintenance. You don't have to go in, although auto grabbers and stuff are nice there. You just pick them up off of the ground. I've never really done a lot with pigs and truffles. A lot of people like them and swear by them. I'm a chicken person. I like the chickens. If you haven't watched my other streams, it will become obvious. Plus we chicken rave. So, that should give you an idea. We don't pig rave or truffle rave. We do definitely chicken rave here. So again, a lot of initial investment here. Truffle crabs. So a lot of initial investment and a little bit more variation in what you're actually doing here. So that is our pig in the grand scheme of things here. Okay. That covers the animals. We're going to go back to some crops here in a little bit. Let's talk about our friend here, the fish pond. So The fish ponds are interesting in that for most fish, they're going to give you roe, but they're also going to give sometimes other things. So one of the things to consider with a fish pond, let's go ahead and jump over to this page here, is the type of fish you put in could theoretically give you different items, right? So for instance, a stingray can give you a dragon tooth. A blue discus, where are you? Did I pass it? Or is it at the bottom? There it is. A blue discus can give you a golden coconut and a banana, right? These things can happen. In general, if you're doing this just for the money, most of these fish aren't going to generate a whole lot of money. That being said, we get down to, do they have them in their own section down here? Maybe not. Oh, there they are. Our Legend and Legend 2 fish have a huge difference here. So let's take a look at this just as a general thing. All right, so if we come back in here and we just go to roe. So here's all of our different roe, right? 134, 90, 960 for angler. Blobfish, 560, 180, 104, 134, 90, 260, 110, 110, 110, 90, 140, 210, up into the thousands there. 144, 160. Crimson fish, 1560, looking good. 560, 760. There you go. Aged Legend 2, and the original Legend is the same, is 5060. So the way this works, let's go ahead and grab. Let's see. We'll just get some cheapy stuff here. We'll get one of those. We'll see if we can find all of the legendary fish. Oh, sure. Let's grab a herring. Okay, there's glacier fish and glacier fish junior. Again, they're the same. So we'll get the Legend 2 fish. We'll talk about that in a minute. Flounder, eel, crimson fish. It's son of crimson fish. We'll go find son of crimson fish. Crimson fish, there we go. Lava eel is okay. Let's grab one of those. Legend 2. Let's grab one of those. Let's see. Oh, Miss Angler. I don't remember the second one of that one. Red snapper, radioactive carp. Oh, is a pufferfish any good? We'll grab a pufferfish. Mutant carp. I think the radioactive carp is the Legend 2 one. Roe, sandfish, scorpion, smallmouth bass. Ooh, void salmon. So we're just getting we want some sturgeon roe. We'll talk about that one in a second. There's son of crimson fish. Walleye wood skip. Okay. So if we kind of look through some of the ones that we've grabbed, we've got Legend here. We've got Glacier Fish Junior. We've got Son of Crimson Fish. I think it's the radioactive carp. Is that the Legend 2 or the mutant? I can't remember off the top of my head. And we're missing one. Oh, Miss Angler. There we go. So there's our legendary fish. And then the rest of these are normal. We'll put sturgeon aside here. Okay, so if you're looking at the rows, 67, 45, 67, there's a 380, there's a 130, there's a 530, there's a 105, 2,500, 500, 700, 500, 480. For this technique, the Legend row is probably the only one you would want to do this with. So let's get Legend row 2. We've got glacier fish. Glacier fish junior. Son of crimson fish. Radioactive carp. And Miss Angler. Miss Angler and... Yeah, I think Miss Angler is the second one. Okay. So put that one there. That one there. All right, then let's go ahead and grab some lava eel. That's one of our higher ones. Okay, so lava eel and one of our cheapest ones. Albacore herring. All right, let's clean up our... Just going to dump some of these. We'll keep our herring. There we go. Keep our lava eel. There we go. Wood skip, void salmon. And then the last thing we're going to get is caviar. Okay, so the acquisition of roe can come in many ways. You can get it while fishing, like in treasure chests and things like that. But the fish pond is where you're probably going to get this. As a cash crop, right? You know, we're talking about, if we go to the fish pond, it says it takes 2 days to build, yada, yada, yada. You're looking at normal spawn... blobfish. Let's get to the roe fish. Gimme. There we go. So if we go to, let's just go directly to the legend. We'll start there. Legend and Legend 2 have a 21.5% chance to spawn roe. So that's your daily chance, right? So there's variables in what we're doing here. Like, this isn't going to be as consistent as chicken, 1 egg a day. You know you're going to get it. If we get into, let's just pick our herring. Where's our herring in the list? Herring, 23 to 95%. So that's a wide range. What about the lava eel? Lava eel's a pretty good one. Lava eel, 18 to 74%. But, you know, it could do roe, it could do gold ore, it could do cave jelly, it could do spicy eel, it could do magma geodes. You know, so again, there's a lot of things that it could produce, and they all have their different percentages and things like that. So that's something to keep in mind. But we're doing this basically as a exercise in making money. So really, the only one that you're going to want to probably do this with would be the legend row, right? So if we go back down, the legend says 21.5%. So we're going to go at 20%. Now, it's interesting because it can produce... This is actually, I think, a little dated because it can produce more than one a day. So there's a lot of variability in this. So we're going to start a baseline of just one a day. And we will see what kind of money that gives us. Again, our pond is 25 squares. So we're using up the same amount of space that we used up here as far as spacing. So let's go ahead and crank these up. Actually, I don't want that one. We want Legend 2. Legend 2. There we go. So let's just say we're getting 28. There we go. Okay, so if we sold the row directly, and that's just getting one a day, that would be worth 70,000. And if we processed it, we're at 141. Now, if you catch your first legend fish, you can only catch one of the legend. That can give you a single fish pond. So while you could sell that fish, let's look at this. This will be interesting. We're going to get the original legend and a smoked legend. I've seen people do this actually. The legend itself, you could sell for 5,000. And if you smoke the legend, you could get 10,000. That seems like a lot of money, right? But if you build a fish pond and throw that one fish in there and he produces one row a day, you're going to create anywhere between 70 and 140,000 in a season versus that one-time sale. So this is another one of those items where if you invest it correctly, you can get a lot out of it. Now, what's required for this? This also needs our friend the preserve jar, right? So if I have, let's grab a cup. Well, we'll just grab some legend row here. So if I've got my 3 legend row, I have to put them in here, and I do have to wait my 2 days and 18 hours. So you'd probably need, if your pond is producing 1 row a day, you're probably going to need 2 to 3 of these preserve jars to do that. Now, is this worth doing in bulk? Maybe. I have 6 or 8 Legend 2 ponds. So let's talk about the numbers here. You can only catch 1 legend fish, right? And once you catch that, you can toss him in there. It's not going to update, and I'm not going to save because I don't want that to save on here. Although I do have that saved. Let's check. I don't think I can turn that off. Let's check one more time, though. Because if I can turn it off, I will. Adventures Guild. I don't think I can. Yeah. So tomorrow, right, this would start to potentially produce. You can golden animal cracker this. We didn't even talk about that. So let's hit on the animal crackers. So the golden animal cracker, give this to a farm animal to permanently double its produce yield. Doesn't work on pigs. So this is a buff, much like everything else. It wouldn't change anything. It would just mean we get more of it, right? So instead of getting 1 egg, we get 2 eggs. Instead of getting 1 milk, we get 2 milk, right? So I don't think it impacts anything we've been talking about, but just kind of keep that in mind. You can animal cracker these as well. So if we get ourselves an animal cracker and we apply it here, you're going to see the bucket turn gold. So that actually is available as well. So the pipeline here is your little bucket's going to fill up with row. always looking for the rave you are. 16. We're actually doing quite well. This thing can be a money producer, right? If you think about that, we're talking about numbers, again, just at averaging 1 a day. We're talking about numbers that are above any of our 4 chicken setups, right? Now, obviously, you can cram in 12 chickens into the same rough space of a single pond. So the chicken's still going to outproduce that. So let's grab ourselves our mayonnaise again, just to get a comparison. So we're looking at 96. Let's see, it'd be, let me make sure I get the right number. It would be 12 times 28. Yeah, I know. So 336 mayonnaise we could make on a full coop if I got the math right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and grab, and let's say they're large. So we're going to grab, we're getting closer, 329. All right, so we're kind of in-gaming this a little bit. So in the same space, my chickens will produce 336 mayonnaise. My pond is producing 141,000. This is doing 95,000. So I think sometimes the fish pond can be slept on. You don't think about it. This one fish in this one little pond can actually generate you quite a bit of money. Now, it is, again, more variable because we're looking at a 21.5% chance that it is going to hit. I have found when it was either 6 or 8 fish ponds. Let's see. Let's go ahead and let's jump out of this save here. We're going to lose all that stuff, but so I have a fish pond set up on this farm. And this is from my first series, so if you want to go back and watch that series, you can see this all being built. So we have 8. We have 8 of these. That one's got 10. That's 2. That's 2. That's 4. So we've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we've got 20. So out of my 8 fish ponds on this day, I got 20. So that's a little over 2 a day on average. But there are definitely days where you don't get that much. You can also see here, you know, this one has roe. I just unfortunately accidentally pulled out the dragon teeth. There were dragon teeth in that one. There were golden coconuts in that one. The legends, though, don't give you any items. They just give you this row. Now, for that to work, you're going to see up here, I have got all of these preserve jars doing legend row, right? The infrastructure needed to get that to all go, and I've got all kinds of different row up there. Oh, that's automate kicking in. That's hilarious. What's it doing? Oh, it's pulling coffee beans out of there and making coffee. That's right. We're not going to save this. So are our numbers? So our numbers were conservative, in my opinion. You know, again, these 3 did not produce, you know, this last night, but the other 5 did. I would say this is actually pretty good. I actually think I'm going to do a video where I set one of these up and we'll just sleep, harvest, sleep, harvest, sleep, harvest, just to try to get some real numbers on what these will do. But I have found these fish ponds are awesome. So let's talk about how do you get all of these legend row producing fish ponds when you can only catch 1 legend fish. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back out of here. We'll get back into our other save. And we're going to go to the wiki for this because I don't currently have access to it. Actually, let me jump back into that other one real quick. It will illustrate a point here. Okay, so this is also getting into what I would call mid to late game. So you have to kind of keep that in mind as well. But you can get the legend early-ish. So I don't think you want to sleep on fish ponds. But to get a crazy setup like we have going on right now, is it in here? So there we go. So right now I have 22 Legend 2 fish, and I also have 8. So I got 30 total Legend 2 fish sitting here. And then I have my last Legend row. So again, your Legend fish, which I have in here, right? These are your... No, those are the Legend 2s. So these are your original Legend fish, which you can only get 1 of. But the Legend 2s you can get multiple copies of. So if we go back out to my chest there, right, we've got 5 Sun and Crimson Fish, 5 Radioactive Carp, 2 Miss Anglers, 3 Miss Anglers because they're different qualities, and then 22 of the Legends, 5 of Glacier Fish Jr. So, how do you do that? Let's go ahead and load this back up, and we'll jump over here. So if we go to the wiki, once you get to the island, and you're talking about the Walnut Room, you can get missions from there. And there's a mission called Extended Family, which is to go and catch the second set of legend fish. Now, the second set of legend fish, if you go and catch one, catch this one, catch this one, catch this one, catch this one, you'll catch one of each, you'll complete the quest, you'll get your 20 key gems, you have 3 days to do that. Well, what I did is instead of going and catching all the fish, I just went and fished up Legend 2 fish because there's no limit. Once you catch one, you can catch as many as you want. And so I was able to pull out, I think I pulled out 33 in 3 days. So we averaged about 11 a day. I used some for bait as an experiment just to see if it would make any difference. Oh, don't eat the duck egg. And so that's where I got all those fish. And then that allowed me to set up our little fish pond setup there, right? So again, the fish pond is one of those things that I think has a lot of power. And again, going back to, there we go, fish pond, here we go. You know, not only can you get roe from it, but if you are trying to get taro roots, right? Or you're trying to get dragon teeth or, you know, whatever, you can get all kinds of items out of these fish ponds as well. Now, the percentages can be a little bad for some of them. You know, if you come down here, you're going to see like, so here, you've got 4% chance of getting a golden coconut, 5 to 15 to get a banana, and then 23 to 76 to get your roe. And again, sometimes they'll give you nothing. That can happen as well. But I don't think fish ponds are one of those you want to sleep on, for sure. All right, let's get to, I think we'll do one more late game item. We didn't go through every crop, just so that we can be complete though. Let's talk a little bit about crops here. I'm gonna go back over here. All right, so if we kind of look at crops, we talked about the spring crops. If you remember back to the parsnip, here's our parsnip, and it takes 4 days for it to mature. You can get 6 harvests in a season. There's our potato. Again, 6 days, 4 harvests. There's our green bean. 10 days for the first one, 3 days to regrowth, 6 harvests. So according to the wiki, this is kind of a number that the wiki puts on the value of these crops. So let's look at that, and then we'll just kind of compare out. There we go. So let's go over to crops here. All right, so in spring here, if we look at, let's just go to our parsnip because we're all familiar with the parsnip. So the parsnip, you can buy it for 20 or 25 at Joja Mart. The one day, it matures, you harvest it. Here's your different sale price. It's got a formula that they use to calculate the daily value of what you're going to get. That formula, I think, is down here at the bottom. It's complicated. We're just going to use that though as a guidepost because it gives us a way to compare these things. Now, this is all assuming that you are planting and you're in a season. You know, this doesn't count the island, this doesn't count the greenhouse and all those kind of things. Your crops that regrow have a ton of value in the greenhouse because you never have to replant them. They'll regrow forever. So you have to kind of keep that in mind. Okay, so based off of that information, I've transferred all that over to here. And so you can see that different crops have a different value based off of that particular information. So in our spring, our best crop is technically the strawberry. There's a special case here, and we'll talk about that in a second. But a single season crop, the strawberry is going to make you the most. Now, the first year, you can't plant it till halfway through, so it's not going to be that good. So if we look at our 4 core crops, parsnip is at 375, potato is at 5, our green bean is at 7.2, and our cauliflower is at 7.92. So according to the wiki and according to all the math and all the fancy stuff, our cauliflower is actually going to make us the most money. But there's some asterisks next to all of this. Like I said, you know, the green beans in the greenhouse are going to do better. I don't have a value for that for some reason. Let's talk about coffee here for a second. Anybody that's watched my streams knows that I love the coffee side of things. Let's see. Can I turn myself on without blocking? Okay, I can. Cool. Coffee is a 2-season crop. You can plant it in the spring and it will grow through summer. The cool thing about coffee, though, is it takes 10 days for the first harvest, but then it's 2 days every harvest after that. Oh, yeah. I don't personally drink coffee, but as a crop, I will sell it. But you see the difference if you do it for a single season, it's ranked at 20, but if you do it for 2 seasons, it gets you 25 a day, which actually passes the strawberry. You also get multiple coffee beans. The other advantage of coffee, and the reason, so these are some of the reasons I like coffee, is the coffee bean is the seed, right? On just about every crop, you harvest the crop and then you have to sell the crop and buy seeds. With coffee, the harvest is the seed. You just replant it. So you don't even have to go through that step. And then this every 2-day cycle, you can get 9 harvests in, and then that seems like it should be higher. That might be a typo. But you know, you're looking at a lot. Plus you get like 4 beans per stalk. There's a lot to like about coffee. But if I was going to do coffee, I would plan to do it for 2 seasons, because that second month, you don't have to wait that 10 days. It's already planted. You just keep cranking every 2 days. Bang, 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 bang. So that's spring. Let's move on to summer. And again, we're not going to go through all of these in game. Same thing is going here. So one of the things that you will notice, that the ones that I've highlighted in purple are all ones that regrow, right? So back here, our coffee regrows, our green beans regrow, and our strawberries regrow. So that's what that means. And then the other thing that you're probably seeing over here is me playing around with farming layouts and fairy rose honey and stuff like that. Okay, so here, most people are going to give you the blueberry. The blueberry is a really, really good crop. It makes good money. Technically, the highest on this list is the star fruit here at $26.92. Advantages of the blueberry: it's a regrowth crop, so it takes 13 days for the first one, but then it's every 4 after that. Hey, Kyler, thanks for swinging by, man. It's always good to see you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. We'll catch you later. Also, you see corn here. Corn takes 14 days to harvest on the first one, but then it's 4 after that. But if you look at it, it's 4 harvests in month 1, but it is also a multi-month crop. You can go summer to fall with this. And you can see that it jumps from 192 a day to 741 a day. Because again, you're not replanting, so you're gaining back, those gains. Corn is probably also on that list of the first harvest, you probably don't make your money back. I don't know for sure, but I would guess. So, a lot of these multi-season crops, you want to make sure you take care of that. That's probably just a typo. Doesn't need to be in there. Hops, 1352, that's pretty decent. Hops is another one of those things that if you put it in a keg, and we're going to talk about that as probably our last thing. you can start to get better products, much like mayonnaise machines, cheese press, all those kind of things as well. Let's see, any other high values. So starfruit is our highest for summer, followed closely by the blueberry. And then it's a pretty big drop off after that. You're getting down to 13s and 14s and stuff like that. And again, this is per plot, per a single plot, I believe. All right, fall. Fall, we have some decent things. Cranberries is a favorite. A lot of people will do cranberries. Again, it's a regrowth crop. So 7 days for the first one, and then 5 days after that lets you get more harvest in. Grape is pretty good. Grape can make raisins as well. Also a trellis crop though. So keep that in mind because you will block you if you get stuck there. Let's see, anything else on this list? Grape. Pumpkins are actually pretty good. The nice thing about a pumpkin is you only get 2 harvests in. So it's kind of like a cauliflower. You still make good money per day. And if you have sprinklers and you're not manually watering, you can just plant these and then harvest it and then plant them again and harvest it. So it's only 4 days worth of effort to get actually pretty good money. Because that's always something to, again, going back to one of our original premise, energy is a resource, time is a resource, and money is a resource. If you're doing something like, let's say artichokes, bok choy. If we're doing something like bok choy takes 4 days, much like the parsnip. That means every 4 days you have to plant and harvest. And that's going to take, depending on the size of your field, that could take a significant amount of time. It might take most of a single day to get that done, right? Whereas if you're doing pumpkins, you only have to do that twice as opposed to 6 times. So do you want to cut 6 days out of your monthly schedule or 2 days out of your monthly schedule? Winter's a little bit of a special case because you can only do powder melons. And then these are all kind of special cases in that if you're doing ancient fruit, these numbers are a little odd in that ancient fruit takes 28 days for the first growth. And it looks like I just copied that and haven't updated it yet. And then it's every 7 days after that. So this is one that you can plant in spring and run all the way through fall on your main farm or on the island or in the greenhouse, obviously. So you're going to get your most bang for your buck if you plant this in day 1 of spring and harvest it all year long. So same thing like all of our regrowth kind of things. Plant once and then it's just harvest after that. But you can see that the numbers jump up based off of that. Pineapple is actually pretty good, but that only grows on the island, I believe, as does taro root. So, okay, so if we take ancient fruit out, ancient fruit is kind of a special case. Our top item of all the money makers here, we've got a 25 on 2-season coffee. Let's just do anything over 20. 20 is a good cutoff spot, right? So we've got 20 and 25 on coffee. We've got 20 on strawberries. We've got 20 on blueberries. We've got 26 on starfruit. We've got nothing in fall that is hitting. What about, even our second level of corn isn't that good. Close seconds to that then are, you've got your 16s in here, your 18s for cranberries. You've got 9, 12s. I don't see a lot of other 18s. So interesting because again, I have this reputation for coffee. This is why I run coffee is because as a regrowth product, you still have to harvest it. Again, unless you get into Junimos and stuff like that, but you harvest it every 2 days, which gets you experience, but it's also one of the highest actual money-making crops. And that's if you sell the coffee. If you sell the coffee beans. If you make coffee and triple shot espressos out of it, much like everything we looked at with the other things, you'll make a lot more money, right? Okay, so 2 more things I think we'll hit on. We'll talk about ancient fruit because that's a lot of people's favorite. Now, we do have a special case down here. We've got the sweet gemberry, which has an astronomical number here, right? It does take 24 days to grow, which means, let's see, I can't remember. Hot pepper, star fruit, beet, fairy rose. There it is. Grows in fall. Seeds can be found on the tail of the trunk. Yada yada yada. So this is you can harvest it once. It takes 24 days, right? You'll make a lot of money off it, but there's a huge upfront investment, and to get a field full of these means you're probably using. Oh yeah, Lydia with her speed grow. Yeah, 16. You still can't get 2 in a season though. Yeah. And so, and with all of our crops, this is true of everything, but sweet gemberry is probably a good example of this, in that you're most likely going to have to give up some of your early money to get your seed population up, right? Yeah, greenhouse is the way to go on this, because a single season of these it's just one thing, you know, it's like, it's a hit or miss. And so to grow enough to get your seeds, you'd have to grow a bunch. You're going to give up, let's say you plant the one seed and it takes 24 days, and then you harvest that one and then you put it in the seed maker. You could theoretically get no seeds back. That would be one of those that I would reload that save. But I think it's 1 to 2 seeds in the seed maker. Let's double check that, make sure that I'm not. Seed maker can be crafted. Let's see. Dead bundle. Seed maker, 1 to 3 seeds, right? So 97.5% chance, average is 2 seeds. You can get mixed seeds though. So you could actually lose out on that. Or a packet of ancient seeds. There you go. So the seed maker means you kind of go in here and you get your first one, you turn that into seeds. And let's say you get 2, you plant those 2, you turn those into seeds. And let's say you were on the average, right? So now we got 4, and then 8, 16, 32, 64. Yeah. In the long run, you know, it's really only dangerous if you only have 1 and you get a bad luck. After that, if you get a miss here or there, it's not that big of a deal. But it could take you a couple of years to get your seed supply up. So you're investing a lot, but once this starts to pay off, yeah, absolutely. You know, this is going to pay a lot. So that's why it's on the list at such a high value, right? Your daily, you know, these things sell for insane amounts of money. But you do have to build that up. So kind of keep that in mind as you're doing that. Okay. So our last 2 examples we're going to talk about are coffee and ancient fruit. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, excuse me. I'm going to jump out of this save. Let's talk about coffee first. So if you've been following along, I've done coffee a couple of different ways. This is my current coffee setup. Oh, that is just making a mess right now. That's going to rip through our coffee here. Okay. Well, we'll just let that run. I'm not going to save this anyway. So what I've done in here is I've got coffee in my greenhouse, right? So every 2 days, this harvests, and I never have to replant it. If I harvest this one plant here. Oh, nope. Let's harvest this one. What do you mean it requires a scythe? Okay, that doesn't make any sense, but I'll do it. I wonder if I've got... One of the mods might be acting a little bit funny. Alright, let's see if we can just get the one plant here. Oh, we got 2 plants. But you can see here we got 6, 7, 8, right? We got 4 coffee beans for our 2 plants, right? So this feeds my coffee thing. Now what I've done, and again, I've got, actually we can just turn this off. I think this is what was skills. No, farm and fishing. There we go. Let's turn these off. That'll calm my kegs and stuff down. There we go. Okay. So in here, what we have set up is I have my coffee beans. I can put my coffee bean. Oh, I don't think we got 6 there. There we go. I can put my coffee beans in there. That produces coffee. That coffee is here. So there's 208 coffee, which would be 1,000 beans, something like that. So kind of keep that in mind. But let's do math kind of like we did outside. So if we're talking about a 25 by 25 plot, right? So let's do a 25 by 25 by 25, or 5 by 5. So 25 for our total plants. And I can harvest 4 beans per plant. That gives me 100 beans. I can do that. We're going to say on average 14 times because I harvest every 2 days. Again, once it's up and running, right? Which means I can get 1,400 coffee beans in that, that 25 by 25 plot. Let's go ahead and reload this so I'll have more coffee beans to play around with here. So a small little 25 by 25 plot of coffee beans. I don't think I have 1,400 total. Okay, that's all right. So we'll take our 1,400 beans. I'm just doing this over here. So we've got our 1,400 beans, and we divide that by 5. So divide by 5 because it takes 5 coffee beans, which means in a season I could make 280 coffees. And then I can turn those 280 coffees into what is that, 93? We'll call it 94 triple shot espressos, right? So if we come back over here, we're going to come over here. Oops, I need to grab my coffee. Okay, so my 25 by 25 plot. Now, a little bit of math wizardry here. You'd have to water it some way. So you might give up one of those plots for a sprinkler or something like that. But we're going to take that out of the equation. That gets me 42,300 in coffee, right? If we look at the sale price of coffee beans... let's see. Do we have coffee pulled up here? Let's find coffee. There we go. We'll switch over here. If we look at the sell price of coffee beans, you're looking at 15 gold to 30 gold. Somewhere in there. Let's go again. Everything else that we did low level. So let's take the 15 gold version, because we did this with all of our eggs as well. So equals this times 15. So it's about 21,000 if I sold the beans directly versus 42,000. So it doubles the price if you turn it into the triple shot espresso. Now, I do sell some of this as I'm creating it. But I use this also as the speed buff perk, right? Like right now we've got our cheater menu on, you know, but the difference between running like this and running like that is nice. I like the speed. I get more done that way. So not only do I get a product I can use, I get a product I can gift. Some people like the old triple shot espresso. You know, we've got some likes there. I think I made all my coffee, so we can't check coffee. Do I have any stored away? I think we used it all up. Yeah, that's fine. But it's kind of a very universal product. So the beans themselves do quite nice. And then you can make the coffee. You can sell the coffee. So as a cash crop, that's why I like coffee. So that is that one. Who gave the coffee copy? Okay, so let's jump out. And I don't think any of my big crops as far as ancient fruit still available. But this is a save that you guys have seen before. So, no surprise, coffee. That is all coffee. This is relatively ridiculous. And again, this will go for 2 seasons. In here, you can see I have literally 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Call it 15,000 coffee beans there. About 15,000 there. 15,000 there. So these are all Junimo huts. They are sprinklers with pressure nozzles on them and things like that. Then up here, I've got coffee in all of these little hoppers. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4,000 coffee in each of these. I can make coffee for the rest of my life on this farm. But one of the things that you can do is I've done this as well with ancient fruit, right? Which brings us to this point. We have ancient fruit wine brewing in here, right? So I have a surplus of ancient fruit right now. So this is from the last time I did a big growth. And so we're going to turn this into wine, and we'll go back to Dr. Science here in a minute and start comparing these numbers. So the footprint of a shed, interesting enough, is 3 by 7. So it's 21 squares. So this is very similar to a coop, to our 25 by 25 fish pond, to our plants and stuff like that. Yeah, the plants are funny, especially when you're moving this fast. It creates almost like a weird little optical illusion. So much like a lot of our products here, if this was ancient fruit, right, I'd have to harvest this. Now, I'm Junimo harvesting this, and these are the kind of things that if you're into money making, you want to find all of your little tips and tricks. So for instance, I feed my Junimos raisins. If I make raisins, there's a 20% chance they will harvest double. So when you're harvesting ancient fruit, or like Lydia, if you had a sweet gemberry farm out here, a double sweet gemberry would be huge, right? So a 20% chance of that. Okay, so we harvest all of that. We bring it down here. I don't think, yep. So I have got 2 complete sheds right now, just cranking through wine. So let's talk about timing on that. Let me jump over back to the wiki. And we'll bring up the keg here. All right, so the keg is an artisan equipment used to make artisan yada yada yada. Processing times are approximate since time passes difference between 2 a.m., 1 hour, yada yada there. Okay, so if we come down here to wine, you are looking at basically a week. It's usually about a day short of a week. So like if you harvested on Monday, let's say you harvested on Wednesday, the next week you're probably going to get, you know, you'll be able to pull stuff out of the kegs on Tuesday. The week next would probably be Monday. So you have to kind of keep that in mind, right? The idea of making wine takes up space. I've got 2 complete sheds that are just cranking on wine. So this ancient fruit farm is going to produce like, is it 800 and something a week? But these are going to take a week. I can't get 800 in here. That's why I have a surplus, right? But I built this surplus up, and now I have a passive moneymaker. And this is one of the things that as you get farther in, you want to look for. You want to look for things that will make you money without you having to do a ton of work. So this is going to run for 6 days. I don't have to worry about it. I just let it run. Every 6 days, I pull the wine out. I put my next set of ancient fruit in, and I go at it again. Yeah, right? I'd rather make fruit juice. Now, a little trick that I do is I do have these 2 running, and I don't want to check them every day. So what I do is up here, I have a single keg, and this single keg also is making ancient fruit wine. And if it pops up here, I know the sheds are done, and I can go harvest the sheds. So this is ancient fruit wine. Works very similar to coffee. You know, it's just you're taking the raw material. It's the same as mayonnaise. It's the same as cheese. Oh, sorry, you're still on the wiki. There we go. Let's go do that again then. Okay, so I've got all these running in here. And again, I don't want to keep track of what day do I need to come down here and harvest them. So what I do is I have a single keg right up here. It's right by my house. It's on the exact same time schedule as the ones in the shed. So when this one gets done, I know everything in the shed is done as well. But again, this takes infrastructure. Now, this is true of just about any product, though. Eggs, cheese, milk, everything that we've looked at today. You don't have to have these huge, big, giant setups, right? You don't need 8 ponds. You don't need 3 Junimo things. You can start setting some of this kind of stuff up just with 2 chickens. Like 2 chickens in a single mayonnaise machine. What I've seen a lot of people do is they'll put the mayonnaise machine right in here. So when you come in here, you grab your eggs and you put them in the mayonnaise machine or in a chest in here, and you just grab it every time you come in here. When you're first starting out, that's probably enough. Then you might get yourself to a spot where, you know, you've got a lot of animals. You know, there's a truffle that the pig has dug up. We've got ostriches and ducks and again, in this playthrough, I was doing all the animals just because I wanted to get them all. So then I moved my production over here, right? So there's all of my mayonnaise machines. There's all of my cheese presses. And I also have hoppers. This was a no-mod playthrough, right? So I can just load this hopper up and it will just process. Do I have any in here? Yeah, so here, this one has eggs in it, right? So if I pull this mayonnaise out, it automatically reloads. And that's no mods. That's something you can get in the game. But even before the hoppers, I've had this set up for quite a while. Okay, so let's go back. We won't save anything on that save. Oh, there's one more thing. Sorry, let's go back to that save. There is one more thing. So the last bit of purely passive. Oh, crap. Got too click happy. Must be getting late. I'm so used to clicking on the ones at the top that... Okay, so we make all that ancient fruit wine, and you can sell that wine directly, and I do sell some of it. But you'll see here I have 125 ancient fruit wine, right? The 125 is a significant number because down here I have 125 casks in the basement making that ancient fruit wine better. Now there's a couple things going on here. I've got a few of these that are blocking the way because they're just making cheese. Because it takes to take your ancient fruit wine from normal wine all the way to iridium quality takes 2 full seasons, right? So 56 days. So this is the ultimate in passive income. This is basically just stick it in here. This has 51 days left before I can harvest it. So this is just going to sit here in the basement and run for 2 seasons. That was weird. How did I do that? That was glitchy. So some of my wine I sell directly, but then I always keep a stack that I can go ahead and pump back into there basically twice a year, right? If you're thinking 4 seasons, you got 2 seasons harvest, 2 seasons harvest. Okay. So let's go and take a look at then what that means in the grand scheme of things here. So we'll do this just like we've been doing the other ones. Let's go clear out our inventory here a little bit. What are we sitting on? All right, so we have ancient fruit. Let's grab ancient fruit seeds. Oh, we can grab the jelly, I guess. Ancient fruit wine, dried ancient fruits. And then we want one of each of those. Okay. So, if we go back to our original premise, 25, right? I can plant 25 in my little thing. If I only do those for a single season, I can harvest 25. After a single season, let me pull up my numbers here and make sure I get the right numbers. Ancient fruit. It's every 7 days. So I can get 8 more harvests in. So we'll do this in 2 different stacks. So this would be if you just did a single season, which would be silly, but you could do that. But in my 25 by 25 square across 3 seasons, spring, summer, and fall, I could get 25, it would be 8, 9. So 225. I can get 9 harvests in, I think. 1 in season 1 and then 4 in each of the others. So 25, 50, 75, 1, 25, 50, 75, 2. Yeah, 225. Let's do it this way. I think it'll be quicker. There we go. 243. Okay. So let's move some of this stuff out of the way. Single season, multiple seasons set up here. Okay, so that is every week I could do 25. So if I had 25 kegs set up, I could theoretically make myself stack that. Nope, not getting to where I want to get to. That's close. There we go. We could make that. Throw that up there. Actually, yeah, 225. And then we'll grab our 25 here. There we go. Okay, so 13,750 for ancient fruit. So this does quite well. Just as in comparison, though, let's do this. Sweet gemberry. Just because these things are a beast. So in comparison, 13,000, 75,000 for our sweet gemberries, right? If I put these all in kegs, now we're taking our 13,000 and converting that up to 41,250. I'm going to go ahead and do this. We wouldn't do what I'm about to do, but it's worth being complete. There we go. So, this is the keg stage. And if I did this for 3 seasons, I'm at 371,000. And this is just a plot of 25 by 25. A nice little plot. Just keep in mind, our greenhouse is a plot size of 12 by 10. So that's 120. So that's 5 times larger than what we're talking about. So, you could take this, multiply by 5, you could get a greenhouse idea. And if I were doing ancient fruit early on, that's probably where I would do it. I would do it in the greenhouse, right? Okay, so what's interesting now is once you get casks, which you can only put in the basement of your house, then you can start to age this stuff up. And what you're going to find is as this ages up, it gains value, like just about everything in the game. So now my 41,000 turns into 51,000, 61,000, and then 82,500. So this to this is supposed to be tripling in price. And again, we don't have any of, like you'll notice here, ancient fruit wine is also an artisan good, so we can get that 40% increase as well if we wanted to do that. So again, this is our single season version. Let's get to where I can see that. Now there's a mathematical problem we're about to have here, and we'll talk about that in a second. All right. So our theoretical limits here are 225. Actually, this would work for 3 seasons. So our basement can hold conservatively 125 casks. So we could do 250 ancient fruit wine a year. So let's do one more split here. There we go. So this is our theoretical maximum there. But we're actually pretty close on this. So if I planted a 20 or 5 by 5 plot and I harvested it every time I need to harvest and nothing gets destroyed, no lightning, crows, anything that would happen bad there, I could harvest 225 ancient fruit in 3 seasons. I could turn that into 225 ancient fruit wine. I could then put that ancient fruit wine in the casks. Now, the way the casks work, let's pop that up in the wiki. Okay, there we go. So if we look at this, let's move the wine down. So you make wine, it's 3 times the base fruit of the fruit, right? Then it has to sit in the cask for 14 days. After 14 days, it multiplies that number by 1.25. And then 14 more days, it multiplies it by another, or by 1.5. And then after 28 more days, so 56. So you've got half of season 1, second half of season 1, all of season 2. It actually doubles it, right? So this is one of those things that, again, it's just passive. Now, it's an investment. In your resource management world of game development, this is literally what's called an investment style, in that you are giving up access. Let's go back here. If I put let's just do this one. If I put this 25 ancient fruit wine in casks in my basement, I am giving up 41,000 gold for 2 seasons to get back 82,000, right? I'm doubling my money. But I don't have access to that. So if I need that 41,000 right now to do something, maybe it is in your best interest to sell this. But ideally what you're wanting to do is always keep your casks full at all times. So that's 250 a year. Anything over 250 a year, I usually just sell. I did some math on this one time. It is worth doing the extra month. Like, I think you actually get more money than if you tried to pull it out here. And, you know, like that's after 2 weeks. So you want to process more and get less of it, but sell it more often. You know, just leave it in there and cook this. So in our 5x5 plot, I could actually turn everything into ancient fruit wine at iridium quality. So 74,000 or, I'm sorry, 742,000 in 3 seasons, or 825,000 if I bump this number up just a little bit more. So truthfully, if you in your greenhouse basically planted like a 5x5 or a 5x6 little plot of ancient fruit wine, you could basically keep your casks full all the time. Let's see, 250. Let's see, what would you need? Let me pull my spreadsheet back up. See if I can figure that out real quick. We need 250. And we can get how many harvests? We can get 4. Actually, once you get past that initial planting, you could get 4, 8. You could get 16 harvests a year. Right? So if we take our 250 that we need and we divide that by 16, and again, this would be after that initial month. That first month, you're only going to get 1 harvest. Divide by 16. So 15.6. So a 4x4 plot in your greenhouse would mean that you could keep your casks in your basement, your 125 casks, always running. You'd have a little bit of extra, but not much. So 16 plants. If you put 16 plants in your greenhouse, you could have this actually running at all times. Now, if you want to do more, you just you're gonna saturate your cask. You could just sell the wine. You're still making money off of that as well. You're just not doubling its value, right? You're making 41 instead of 82,000. All right. So that is when people talk about ancient fruit farms and stuff like that, that's what they're doing, right? They're kind of working this out. Let's do one more here. 225. If you're just selling the fruit, we get our 225 ancient fruit here. 675,000 versus 742,000. So without all of this processing and stuff, your sweet gemberries, once you got that up and running, almost keep up with this, right? 675. So you're looking at about 67,500 less. Yeah. Well, let's pull that out. That's a great point, Lydia. Let's grab ourselves. Let's see if we can get to that number. I'm just curious if we can. There, that one. Stack that back up. Let's move that out of the way. We'll move that over there. Because that actually outperforms the wine. Where does that fall? Yeah, this is going to be insane. Now, the amount of work it would take to get here is significant. So we are very, very much in the end game here. So keep that in mind. We blew past early farm stuff a long time ago here. Actually, there's a little bit of a flaw in what I'm doing here, but that's okay. We'll just say your 5x5 plot is in the greenhouse. Because, again, you can only grow this outside Actually, let's see. I need to redo some math here. We can only harvest every 24 days. Let me do a quick math here. We need to get our numbers different. This is a little bit flawed. So 56 times, nope, 28. Okay, so we'll take that and we'll divide that by... I was doing the same rate of harvest as the ancient fruit, and that's not right. So we need to divide that by 24. Okay, so 4.6 harvests in a year. What about... Let's just do 3 seasons. So let's take that one. Nope, that one. Okay, 3.5. 3.5. You could get 3.5 harvests in 3 seasons because that's what our wine is based off of. Obviously, you would do it for 4 seasons, but okay. So 3.5 means the half isn't actually true, but. So let's go down to, let's round up. Let's round down. We're going to do worst case scenario here. All right, so we can get 75 of these. And again, that's just in our 5x5 plot, so. That's pretty close. Little crazy there. Right, let's move that one out of the way. All right, that one goes there. That one goes there. Now again, everything that we're doing here, you can scale, right? I'm only doing a 5x5 plot, which you might want to put more of these in. And obviously you grow them in the greenhouse. You could grow all year long. So there's a lot of variables going on here. All right, 75, 75, 75, 75. Okay. So this is way conservative. This is worst case scenario. But we're looking at in 3 seasons, if they were normal, we're getting 225,000, 281,000, 337,000, 450,000. So you are right about, you're better than ancient fruit and making wine out of it and putting it in a cask for 2 weeks. If you're getting iridium quality stuff. And again, you would get a little bit more than this because you would get that half a season. Which means let's change that to, let's compare apples to apples here if we can. So let's change this back to 4 seasons. And then that divided by 24 days. That's not right. So that times 25. Is that 24? Yeah. Okay. Equals that times 25. So 116, you can get 4.6 harvests in a single year, but we'll use the decimal on this one. So let's get this to 113, 116. All right, let's move that one out of the way. 13, 14, 15, 16. 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Gemberry stacked everywhere. 4, 15, 116. Okay. And now we also have to do a slight different calculation to our wine. But if we're doing 4 seasons here, 348, and again, this is just a plot of 25 by 25, so you could plant a lot more of this. 435, 522, 696. We're right in line with a 3-season starfruit. Like greenhouse, if you put a 5 by 5 plot in your greenhouse and a 5 by 5 plot of this in your greenhouse, you're going to be pretty close. Let's see. The ancient fruit wine would be, take that. Take that. We're not going to take the initial growth into this. We're just going to say you're up and running. Equals that. It's 25. That doesn't seem right. Oh, yeah, because it's plus, not times. There we go. All right, so if you did the greenhouse, again, a 5 by 5 plot, and you didn't do the first month, let's say this is the second year, and everything is just cooking, so you're harvesting every 7 days, that's going to put our wine at 400 instead of 225. Boop, boop. Now, again, keep in mind, actually, we can't do what I'm doing here. We'll talk about that in a second. There's a limitation on what we're doing. And that's where, again, a lot of people will swear by a certain thing, but it's not mathematically possible. So let's talk about that here. Okay. So this is possible. This is possible. Oh, we need to get more here. Okay. In the greenhouse, I could plant a 5 by 5 plot and I could get my 400 ancient fruits, right? Oh, I haven't even been paying attention to the, I've had so many other things open, I don't even have the thing. Holy cow, welcome everybody. Glad to have you with us. Thank you. Okay, so here's the scenario. We have a greenhouse. We have a 5 by 5 plot of sweet gemberries. We have a 5 by 5 plot. Oh, we're also at 19 likes. We can chicken raid before the night's over. You see 20, I see 19. Don't be cheating. Okay, so we have a 5 by 5 plot of sweet gemberries. We have a 5 by 5 plot of ancient fruit. Ancient fruit, we've gone through that initial month. So we are going a year, harvesting every 7 days. Our sweet gemberries, we're doing a year, and we're harvesting every, hold on, let me get my spreadsheet back up. We're giving it the benefit. It's 4.6 harvests, so we're going to actually go with 116. Dee Dee, yeah, she just wants things to happen, though. Can she be trusted? I still see 19. It'll get there eventually. Okay. So just fruit for fruit, right? I'm 220,000 for ancient fruit. I'm 348,000 for sweet gemberries. So sweet gemberries are kicking ancient fruit's butt there by a significant margin. That's 128,000 more for the exact same plot. Plus you're harvesting more often. You're using more time here. And again, we're not doing any speed grows. We're doing everything just stock because you can gain bonuses there. So let's move our ancient or our sweet gemberry up because we can theoretically put in enough kegs to make the wine. So now we are comparing 348 to 660, but that is another week. That is production. That is, you have to buy the kegs and stuff like that. In this one, you're just selling the stuff directly. These are theoretical because in a year, I can only put in 250, kind of. There's a hacky way that you could do it. If you wanted to spend days putting in more casks and deleting them all out and doing stuff like that, screenshot to Discord. That's nice. You could theoretically maybe get up to this number. I'd have to look at what the actual maximum number you can put in the basement is. But these are now theoretical. You would eventually maybe be able to do this. But this is probably that. So, if we lowered these to 250, let's just use the top one here. This is the theoretical maximum in a year. Again, if you're making it so you can walk through. And so what I mean by that, let's talk about that here a little bit. There should be a screenshot here. Okay. If we switch over, I just don't want to change my farm. This is one of the optimal layouts. This is 125 casks in the basement, right? You could, if you wanted to, put a row of casks down here at the bottom, put your ancient fruit in. Put another row above that, put your ancient fruit in. Put another row, put your ancient fruit. Put another row, or your wine, sorry. Row after row. And you can fill up every spot in here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll call it 22, 33, 44, 8 for 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, probably 55 more-ish. If I counted right, I might have been a little bit off. So I could get, instead of 125, I could get 180 in here. The downside to that is when this is done, you have to harvest and break every cask all the way through because you can't get to them. That is, unless you're using mods. If you're using mods like the Automate mod, then that would work. You could fill up every square here. But just in vanilla, because we're trying to keep things vanilla, you're somewhere between 125 and 180. But again, we're still not getting to 400. But 180 would get us to 360, which would be close to this 400. But again, you're talking about planting, harvesting, then taking the harvest, putting it in kegs, taking that, putting it in casks, waiting for 2 months to get to this number. Whereas you're talking about the difference between... Oh, actually, let's bring this one back in. And again, we can't quite get to that number. This would be our maximum here. 825 to 696. It's actually quite a bit closer than I thought it would be. All right, let me go back. Let's see if we've hit 20. Oh, here, make me open Discord. What kind of lies? What kind of lies are you telling me? Let me refresh. Maybe if I refresh, it will update. Let's do that. Oh, YouTube's yelling at me to place an ad. All right, let's take a quick break. This is a good time to take a break. And then we'll see if we can come back and chicken rave. Because YouTube's yelling at me to place an ad. So I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We're looking at Dred's horribly doctored screenshot that she put in there. No, it's legitimate. I don't know why mine's not updating. I don't know why. But for 20, we got to get a special chicken raid in. So let's see. I didn't put any powers on, did I? No. All right, let's go save this this farm. Because I don't want to lose all that stuff we just did. Actually, I couldn't tell if it was doctored, so that is a... Oh, it's raining. We don't want a rainy day. Let's go to the next day. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and jump out. If we're going to chicken rave for 20, we've got a full-on chicken rave. No messing around on a cheaty farm. All right, everyone. If you are new to the channel or don't know what's going on, we like to celebrate milestones. So we will start. We're going to build up on this one. We'll start with a little blue chicken action. We do appreciate everybody for hanging out, watching. We'll blue chicken for 100 people. I see 105. I get different numbers on different systems, so I'm not sure which one is that. But we do appreciate everybody, and we'll give that a blue chicken. I do like the little blue chicken. The blue chicken is a blue chicken of appreciation, often given for individuals that do something inside of the stream or something like that. Then we'll work our way up to his older brother, the prismatic chicken. The prismatic chicken likes to face in more than one direction. He's a very versatile chicken. We like the prismatic chicken. He can even dance. The prismatic chicken has a lot of abilities. But if we're going to go all in, we have to chicken rave. Oh, let's see. Let me pull up. What music do we want for today's chicken rave? Where's my to-do list? Farm mats, Joja, to-do. Let's see. We have Butterfly Rave, Chicken Rave, Song of Feathers, Emily's Dance, Pirates Theme. Aerobics class was pretty good. Oh, what's that one? Pickle Jar Rag, Fun Festival, Mines Lava, Mines Danger, Sam's Band Poppy. I'm thinking pirates. Let's get some pirate music going. All right, let's see. That would be towards the beginning, probably. What's it called? Pirates Theme. I need to find out if there's a mod to make this better. Like, just scrolling through these is horrible. Like, searchable would be so great. If Lydia sees it go by, let me know. Oh, I think I saw it. Pirate theme. There we go. There we go. Let's chicken rave with the pirates. Hey, Krobus is coming down to chicken rave with us. Come on in, Krobus. Chicken rave, buddy. And he's looking at the chicken. It doesn't get any better than that. You go, buddy. You barely show up in here. All right, I gotta slow myself down. There we go. Woohoo! Krobus! Let's do a little gaming. Krobus Chicken Rave. I don't think we've ever had a Krobus Chicken Rave. That's got to be a new... There's 20 likes. It finally showed up on mine. All right. We don't have to make fun of Dread for making up things. Wow, the room's almost too big for this zoom in. All right, well, now that we've chicken rave, we got a full-on chicken rave. Let's knock it out of the park. Not a liar, just exaggerating. Maybe jumping the gun a little bit. The bot won't get mad at me. Haha. $20's impressive, guys. I do appreciate it. In all seriousness, yeah, we do this because we do appreciate what you guys are doing for us. And if you haven't seen this save, this is from our original playthrough. Oh, we're playing the pirate theme. Let's come over here and hang out with the pirate for a little bit. You guys can barely see him. Can I stand anywhere? I don't think so. There we go. You can see his little pirate head. Oh, congrats! I don't think on this farm I ever had an animal have a baby. I tried and tried, and I finally gave up and just started buying them. Congratulations, Mortimer. Okay, let's see. We need one more wave song. What should we do? We've got... Pickle Jar Rag is intriguing. What's the Pickle Jar Rag? Oh, aerobics class I think is pretty good. We'll do aerobics class while we're looking for Pickle Jar Rag. Oh, Song of Feathers is also on my list. There it is. Pickle Jar Rag. Yeah, I don't know why I put Song of Feathers on. I like the animals. I think we're up to... On the Joja farm, we built our 5th coop. So we've got 12, 24, 36, 48. Are we up to 56 chickens now? I think. 56 or 52. All right, now everybody has to one-hand Junimo dance. You just raise your hand like this? All right, let's get this guy dancing. It does look like a Junimo. I might need to make a Junimo rave for the extra live stream. It wouldn't make any sense in the Joja stream, but the extra live stream is all about friendship, good vibes, and positivity. So if that doesn't say Junimo, I don't know what does. All right, any more songs that we might want to check out? I'm thinking the mines. We'll do a mine song, and that'll wrap it up for the chicken rave. Oh, I saw mines. Marlin Seam. Mines, mines, mines. I think there's one called Mines Danger. That one sounds good. Oh. Icicles, cloth. Mines, Maribel of Frozen Bone. The Lava Dwellers, Magical Shoes, A Visitor Unknown, Danger, there we go. Ancient Chicken. I like ancient chickens. I wish there was a dance. I don't think there is a dance in here. That one kind of looks like he's dancing, but I don't think it does anything. Nah. Alright, we're not ending on that one. That's not near as good as I thought it would be. Fun Festival? Actually, you know what? Let's go back to where we started. I saw Emily's dance in there. This is a good one to end on. Little dinos. I almost even heard a little chicken there. Did you guys hear that? All right, full chicken rave. Emote? Really? You're not doing bad things to my save, are you? There we go. That wasn't bad. I think there'd be a lot of work to do over and over again. You guys can barely see it. All right, we'll do it one more time. I need to copy and paste it. All right, we'll wait for the thing to hit. Oh, okay. Let's replace that one. Oh, nice. Now we're going. I don't think I'm in tune, though. Yeah, I don't think I'm in tune. All right. Thank you, Emily, for the amazing music. Here, listen. Oh, it's a whistle. Never mind. I thought it was a chicken. Oh, there it was. Cheep, cheep. You hear that? That was the chicken. Oops. I didn't turn the music off. You have to play off, which is funny. There we go. Shut the jukebox off. All right, let's jump back over to Dr. Science here. And we'll see if there's anything that we missed. We covered a lot of ground. Obviously, there's probably 5 to 10 times more different things that you could do, right? I was just trying to give an overview of the types of things, you know, at different stages of the game that you might consider. Do a little bit of comparison. As with everything that we do... Oh, we gotta turn the chicken rave off. There we go. With everything that we do, the number one thing that trumps everything is have fun, right? If you're like, I don't want to plant 700 ancient fruits and build 2 sheds and harvest all that, and everything, then don't do it, right? you know, one of the premises that we started with is everything in the game is a resource. Your time is a resource, your character's energy is a resource, your money is a resource, but also your fun, your personal energy is a resource. And if you're finding yourself in a situation where you're like, I don't want to do this to make money, then don't. You know what? Fish every day. Put fish in the fish smoker and make your money that way. There's nothing that says it's like you have to make the money in the first 18 days of the month. Take 2 years to make that money. It doesn't matter, right? So that is a belief that we have, and we're always making sure that we do everything we can to promote positive gaming. And sometimes those negativities are self-inflicted. So kind of keep that in mind. Logic, yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking we've done stuff in shed, we've done kegs. Actually, you know what? Let's ditch some of this stuff. We talked a little bit about fish from the standpoint of roe and things like that. But we didn't talk about just fishing in general. So let's do a little fish stuff. So let's dump all this stuff out. I wish this didn't stack up in there. Oh, I did pull these out. We'll do one last thing here. Ancient fruit jelly. There we go. If you take an ancient fruit, there's a lot of things you could do with it. You can make wine out of it. Is it... Let's see, jelly and... Jelly. Turns vegetables into pickles and fruit into jam. Does it take... Okay, it only takes one for jelly. And what about dried ancient fruits? Let's make sure we have our numbers correct here. I think, does this one take 5? Dried fruit. Yeah, 5. Okay. I don't know where I got 13 of those, but... So let's put those away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we can take our ancient fruit and we can make wine out of it. The cost goes from $5.50 to $16.50. I could also make jelly out of it. So if you don't have the kegs, you could do that, but you're going to see you're not making as much money. You could also put it in the dehydrator, but this is something you have to be careful of, right? Like this is $16.50, this is $41.50. It's like, holy cow, I should make money there. But that is 5 ancient fruits to create that. So if we did the same thing with our wine, now all of a sudden that $41.50 turns into $82.50. So the same amount of ancient fruit, if you turn it into wine, is going to get you more. If you don't have kegs, you know, this is better. It takes $27.50 and makes it into $41.50. Yeah, so it's one of those things that you want to be careful of, that sometimes things will seem like, oh, that's a good way to make a lot of money, but you have to look at what's the source and things like that. 121? I don't really look at that. Yeah, I see 121. That one agrees. I see 21 likes as well. I don't know if we can get to a 30 like day. It's never happened. But I think 121 is also a new record, so since we did just Chicken Rave, we will, let's see, mini blue chicken chinny rave. Yeah, well, mini blue chicken rave. There we go. Little tiny one for 121. Okay. Let's talk about fishing. So fishing is one of those things that, oh, what am I feeling? What fish do I want? How about, what's everybody's favorite fish? Throw your favorite fish in there. And anybody who's watching, if there's some aspect of the money that you're like, well, what about this or what about that? Throw that in the chat as well. It's kind of funny, Dread. It won't happen until November. But the first weekend of November every year, I do a 24-hour stream. I do it for charity. But I'm debating on playing Stardew for 24 straight hours just to see how far we can get in a single stream. Now, when I say single stream, I actually break it up into like 4-6-hour streams because YouTube doesn't like 24-hour streams. YouTube gets freaked out at 11 hours and 55 minutes, if I remember right. So what will happen is if you stream for more than 12 hours, it won't save. Your VOD will be 11:55 and you'll lose the rest. So what I do is I just schedule 4 back-to-back streams. Each one that's 6 hours. I've done 6 at 4 hours before as well. But that won't be till November. I'm not going to do that one. Stonefish. We got to vote for Stonefish. So let's grab one of those. All right. Stonefish there. While I'm waiting for other fish to come in, we'll grab our fish smoker so we can talk about that. What's my favorite fish? I'm trying to think. Let me pull up a list because my memory is just a little fried right now. Oh, we got to get the puffer. Let's see. Tuna, normal fish, normal fish. Lava eel? I like the lava eel. Almost looks like the dragon from Mulan. Sunfish, eels, octopus. Oh, we got to get our buddy. We got to get the blobfish. He just looks angry. And then we'll get a stingray. And then anybody else wants to throw one in, let me know. Okay. So fishing's one of those different ones. Fishing isn't one of those... Well, fishing itself isn't all that passive. Miss Angler? That sounds... It's almost mean. She's so cute. And then she's all... Okay, anyway. So fishing isn't like a lot of the things we've been doing, you're active in it for a brief amount of time and then you have to wait it out. You know, whether you're waiting 4 days for a crop, whether you're waiting the next day to harvest your eggs, and even then there's automation that eventually kicks in. Fishing, not so much. Now, there is a thing that can happen. I probably won't be able to simulate it here. But if you do have a fish pond and your fish pond, you have to upgrade your fish pond. The fish will ask for certain things, right? And so usually there's a couple of quests you have to do. You throw it into the pond and you can eventually get your fish pond up to 10 fish. That's not true of the legend, but it's true of other fish. So if we grab a normal fish here, we don't really have a normal fish, but we'll grab a stingray. We throw our stingray into the pond. You'll notice it says 1 of 3, right? So right now I can put 3 stingray in this pond and then it's going to ask me for something. And I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's going to say, throw in this thing. And then you can put more in and eventually you'll get up to 10. Another little thing on the fish pond, for those of you that have never seen it before. Let's grab that. I don't think that one does anything. Yeah, that one doesn't work. Nope. There we go. So if you put a sign up, it'll show you how many fish are in it. Let's see if... Yeah, that one doesn't work. Do I have to break the sign first, probably? Okay, let's move some stuff around here. There we go. So if we drop that sign on, you can do that. You can throw that little guy on there. I don't think this one will work. Nope. And then you got that one. So it'll show you how many fish are in the pond. Once that gets to 10, you can actually take your fishing pole. Holy cow, we got crap all over the place. There we go. And we can cast into our pond, and we can just pull out a fish. So technically, the fish will replenish themselves slowly, right? So what you would want to do is, I still have the fish pond up. You'd have to look at the type of fish you have in. So this is a stingray pond. Let me get the stingray pulled up here. Okay, stingray would actually be pretty safe. So if we look here, it says at a population of 3, you can get, you have to put in 7 cinder shards. And a population of 5, you have to put in 1 dragon tooth. That's how you upgrade your pond. Okay, and then if we look here, if the population is 1, we get roe. If it's 4, we'll get magma cap. If it's 9, we can get cinder shard, or 7, we could get cinder shards. And the population has to be at 9 to get dragon teeth and battery pack. So if I have this at 10 and I fish a fish out, I could still, let me pop back there, right? So if I fish a fish out of my pond and lower it down to 9, I could still get my battery pack and dragon teeth, and eventually a 10th stingray would pop in there. And then I can fish it out, and I could just keep pulling fish out. Now, you're not going to get a ton of fish that way. Also, you are not going to get anything of any kind of quality. So, for instance, let's fish out our last fish here. All right, so we have 0 stingray in there, right? So let's go ahead and come in here, and let's say for whatever reason we caught ourselves that perfect stingray. It was awesome. And we're like, cool, that's going to do great work in our fish pond. No, don't eat it. Oh, do I have to reset this? Oh, I ate it. Ate it anyway. Okay, let's try it from down here. I don't know why it made me eat that stingray. Okay, in case I screw it up again, let's get a whole stack. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I throw my wonderful stingray in there, and I was like, he's a purple stingray, I'll just keep him in there. Unfortunately, once they go in the fish pond, and we pull it out, he is no longer a purple stingray. So keep that in mind. There's no point in putting really good fish in there. Yeah, raw stingray. Oh, yeah, the sign of the vessel is a good one. We can put that one back up. There we go. Now, something else you can do on your fish pond is you can, you can change its appearance, so it changes the background there. But you can also empty the pond. This will also remove your golden animal cracker. But now it reset that, so if we wanted to put a different fish in there, let's put Mr. Blobby in there. All right, so now it's that. Oh, he's a population of 1 of 1. So some things won't let you go to 10. All the legends are that way as well. Same thing. If I want to fish that little guy out of there. There we go. Now I can't put my stingray back in. Because it's set to a certain type. So I'd have to reset the pond. There we go. Make sure you pull all your fish out before you do that. Now we can put our stingray back in. Okay, so anyway, not a huge reliable way to collect fish, but you could do that. All right, so let's talk about making money with fishing, though. So first off, fishing is a skill. If you're fishing early on and you don't need the money, one of the things to consider is if you look at your fishing skill at level 5, fish are worth 25% more. So that is something to consider. I don't know if that I would hold all my fish to level 10 for 50% more, but you can get to level 5 relatively quickly. So this is another one of those situations where if you want to invest, you could invest in yourself and say, I'm just going to sit on all these fish and then I'll sell them when I hit level 5. So something to consider. But what we want to test here is there is an item called a fish smoker, much like all of our other machines here, right? It is one of those items where you place the item. Let's grab ourselves a puffer fish. You know, I put my fish in. Oh, I need a coal. There we go. So this is running. Notice it's actually relatively quick. So this is less than an hour. So a worthwhile investment. You can actually get a lot of stuff in this, right? So let's do some comparisons here. So a puffer fish sells for 200, a smoked puffer fish for 400, a lava eel for 700, 1400, 500, 1000, 180, and 360. So the fish smoker, let's pull this up in the wiki. There we go. Oh, sorry, I didn't ever switch back. We'll switch back in a second. Fish smoker, you will get at the fish shop for 10,000. So the first thing you have to realize here is this is, again, it's an investment. You have to buy the recipe. Then you have to get a cave jelly, river jelly, sea jelly, and 10 hardwood. That's not a big deal. But this is something that matters, right? So what you guys might have missed is I put the fish smoker down because I think I forgot to switch. But again, 200, 400, 700, 1400, 500, 1000, 180, 360. So let's just say, what are we looking at? 200, 500. Yeah, let's go with puffer fish. At 200 a piece, let's go back into math mode here. This divided by that. Okay, so let's go over here. So to recoup my cost of buying the fish smoker, if I am selling, or if I'm smoking puffer fish and selling them, I'm making an extra 200. It's going to take me 50 puffer fish to break even. Now, puffer fish is a pretty cheap fish. Our lava eel is 700. So if I put 700 in there, it's only 14. Like, now they're much harder to catch, but it does pay for itself quicker. The blobfish is 500. So after 20 blobfish, you'd be ahead. 180 on the stingray, though. That's not going to be good. So 55 stingrays to break even. So let's look at... see if we can find ourselves an easy fish to catch that actually makes us good money. Let's see. Puffers, 200. Let's just sort by price. All right, 30s, those aren't good. We want to get at least above 200 at a base price anyway. And again, we're not talking about the higher level fish as well. We're just doing this as the base level. Octopus, puffer. Catfish are kind of hard to catch. Stingray's not bad. You can actually catch quite a few stingrays. Sturgeon's a bit... cucumbers aren't horrible at 250. Stonefish is actually pretty good. Oh, where's the stonefish? Oh, we moved him. 300 to 600. So let's do those two. So let's say you're stonefish fishing. That's your goal. The base one would be 300, which is 33. But 600, if you're getting iridium quality ones, 16, right? So like a lot of things that we've talked about here, the purchase of the fish smoker, if you can afford the 10,000, let's move our stonefish. Yeah, 600. Oops, somehow I took off my pants. 300 and 600. And then the angler fish or the legend fish are worth a lot more. Like I said, we saw this earlier. You would never want to do this, but let's see. Legend. There we go. We've got 4.9 million and 9.9 million. If you can somehow catch 999 legends, which you can't do. So kind of keep that in mind as well. You could theoretically get that many Legend 2s eventually, if you wanted to, but so anyway, going back to resource management, right? This is one of those resources that falls into the category of buying the fish smoker is an investment, and eventually you'll recoup that cost. And then from then on out is pure profit. Just like a lot of the things we've talked about, right? If you buy a chicken, you spend the 800, it's going to take you a number of eggs, like 4 or 5 eggs, if you turn them into mayonnaise before you break even. But then it's pure profit after that. Crops are 2 different categories. You know, you buy the seed, plant it, harvest it, and one and done. You always have to reinvest, either make them yourself with a seed maker or buy new seeds, unless you get the regrowth ones. And then the regrowth ones you can regrow. One of the interesting things about that is they're seasonal. Unless you put them in the greenhouse or out on Ginger Island, then they'll regrow forever. And you can take advantage of that, right? Because then you never have to replant. Okay. I can't think of a whole lot more on fish outside of... there we go. Like I said, if you're going to fish a lot and you can afford to not sell your fish right away, just hoarding your fish up until level 5 will actually get you a bonus. And then if you can get the fish smoker, which I don't think there is a level requirement on it. No, you can buy it any time. You have to just get the 10,000. That's a good way to increase. That doubles the cost of, or the price of your fish. So if you are into the fishing side of things, I would say there's very few things in the game that I wouldn't want to do if it said, hey, do this and it will double the price of what you do. And the nice thing is, unlike crops and a lot of the things we're talking about, it would be hard to catch enough fish that you couldn't put them in the fish smoker. And that's if you only have one. If you build 3 or 4, you can get that through all day long. Not a problem. All right, let me throw it back to the chat. What did we miss? Are there where else are you getting money in the game? What else? Anything else we want to look at? While you're thinking about it, we'll recoup. We started with crops. We went to animals. So we talked about animals. Then we went to, let's just look in our chests. Yeah, we did eggs. We did all the different animals. Some of the other products, we did cloth, we did mayonnaise, we did cheese. We talked about ancient fruit. We talked about sweet gemberries. We did coffee. We talked about kegs and preserve jars, dehydrators, milk, forageables. You could do forageables. I don't think there's anything in my cave. Holy cow. Well, there's what happens if you let a cave fill up with fruit, because I never check it on this save. Yeah, that's one of those things that once you're starting to sit on a lot of things, and this is a good thing to kind of consider, right? Let's jump back into the wiki for this, though. one of the things that you want to think about is how you set up your skill set matters. You know, so farming here, you might think that like, hey, rancher looks pretty good, 20% more for my stuff. And then I can do, you know, befriend my animals quicker and stuff. And maybe early on, that might be something you want to do. And you can change these later, right? I almost always take tiller because I want artisan. And artisan allows you to get 40% more as opposed to 20% more, because I rarely ever sell the direct animal products. I don't sell the eggs, I sell the mayonnaise, and that's an artisan good. So stacking these things up, you know, is something to consider. If we go to mining, geologist, chance of gems appear. We've got blacksmith, metal bars are worth 50% more, or gemologist, gems are worth 30% more, right? So if you're the kind of person who is just smelting and smelting and smelting, you know, this might be worth it. Now, let's do this little experiment. 50% more for blacksmiths. So let's grab, and we'll be kind of conservative here. Let's say we've been in the mines, and I need to clean out my inventory first. Hold on. Let's pull all the fish out of here. There we go. Okay, so we've been down in the mines. And let's say we've gotten... That's not what I wanted. Alright, let's just grab a... Actually, let's just grab a stack of them all. Okay, let's see. We'll go to 125. I like 125. That'll work. Gold. Iridium. So we've been doing a ton of mining, right? And we finally decide that, you know what, this is just sitting in my inventory and I want to get rid of it. Let's clean this up a little bit. So all this stuff is just sitting in my inventory. Ignore this stuff up here. Pretend it doesn't exist. You know, I have 125 of each of my bars. Well, if I can get 50% more on our bars, let's go ahead and open up a spreadsheet here. So we got copper, iron, spell iron right, iron, gold, iridium, and radioactive. You're a beast if you have 125 radioactive bars, but okay, let's see. What are we looking at? 7,500. Uh, 150,000. No, that wasn't 150,000. 15,000. 31,250. $125,000. And radioactive is insane, 375,000. Okay. So if I wanted to sell my copper, let's just do, I'm going to do a little math here and then we'll switch over. Two. Okay, let's go back to the wiki. Okay, so let's say I was running gemologist, right? And that's what I wanted, but I finally decided, you know what? I have a whole bunch of these bars. I just want to sell them. So I'm going to switch over to blacksmith, sell my bars. I'm going to switch back. That's going to cost me 20,000, 10,000 for the first switch and 10,000 for the other one. But that's what I want to do. and then I will run back with Gemolish because I really like getting these, but I'm just sitting on a ton of ore. So if I did that, 125 copper bars, I would go from making 7,500 to 15,000. So 7,500 more. Iron would be 15,000. So I'd make 15,000 more. That would almost pay for it. The gold would pay for itself, right? So the 20,000, I would actually make another 30,000. This would be 22,000 or 20,250, if I'm doing the math right in my head. So if I had 125 copper and iron, I would actually make more money paying the 10,000, switching professions. I'd have to wait a day, selling my copper and iron, switching back for 10,000. I would actually technically make a little more money. But just the gold itself, if you had 125 gold bars and you just wanted to sell them, you could actually make that profession switch. Because you're going to make 30,000 more. No, 50% more. Wait a minute. I might have done my math wrong. 50% more. Hold on. Let's make a little mathematical change here. There we go. And then let's see what the difference is. This. Okay. I would almost make it back in gold. So if I sold gold and iron, I would actually make enough to make the change worth it. This would not. Well, if I was only changing once, this would be enough. But if I change back, it's a 20,000, it wouldn't be enough. But if I was going to sell 125, well, let's just say copper, iron, and gold, you know, because that's the ones you're probably going to be sitting on a lot of extra of. So if we were just selling 125 of those, we would make 26,000 more by picking that up. And so it might be worth it, right? You'd make another 6,000. Now, again, if you're at that stage, this is the other thing that you tend to run into. Depending on what stage of the game you're in, at that stage, if you have 125 extra of all the bars, you're probably making money so many other places that 6,000 isn't worth it. But if you were sitting on substantial amounts, you know, if we're talking about, 1,000 gold bars, then yeah, absolutely. It would be worth it. Okay, let's see. Other profession stuff that might make a difference. So again, the 30% for selling gems, that could help you out. Foraging, a lot of people pick up botanist because it turns everything into iridium quality stuff, which makes good gifts. Not really a money maker per se, but that one's pretty popular. Oh, did I miss? Let's see. Farming, mining we did, foraging. Oh, there we go. Fishing. Fish worth 25% more. We already kind of talked about that one. Fish worth 50% more. I usually do the pirate one. I like the pirate one, but if you're just selling lots of fish, it would be a lot of fish to make switching and switching back worth it. I probably don't think I would do it in that one. And then combat has nothing to do with money, so you're not going to gain anything there. So we talked, one of the things, I think Lydia brought it up here. If you're going to sell artifacts, let me go and save real quick. Okay, let's see. What's a good expensive artifact? We already talked about the dinosaur eggs, but... Actually, you know what? We can do it this way. I think... Will they have their own category? Maybe not. Minerals and artifacts. There we go. Let's just grab some. Let's see. 150... 100... Now, let's not get two of 100. Doesn't make any sense. Arrowhead's crap. There's a 200. Yeah, that's a 300. Oh, there's 1,000. That one's only 60. Crappy one. Yeah, 250, 500. Okay. So if you've spent a lot of time playing the game and you haven't been selling these, you know, or early on, you might want to hold on to a lot of your artifacts until we get the let's see, this little guy here, the treasure appraisal guide. You know, if you get that to drop, you know, so if we're looking at our numbers here, 150, let's swap those, 200, 300, we got some thousands, 200, 250, 300, 500, 1,000, 1,000. Okay, so we got 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 500, and 1,000. We read this little guy here. Now all of a sudden we're at 300, 450, 600, 750, 900, 1,500, 3,000, 3,000. So again, it's one of those investment loops, right? The idea behind this would be if you're getting artifacts and you donate them and do all your normal stuff that you would in the game, but unless you really need the money, if you just sit on these until you get that treasure appraisal guide, you've tripled your money, right? You know, it just makes everything worth 3 times as much. So you're looking at 1, 2, 1,500, 1,800, 19, 2,000, 2,050, 2,350, 24, 25, 2,600 you would have sold all that for. And right now, one of these is more than that. That's 3,600, 7,500, you know. So I might have had the math off there a little bit, but basically if we had all these artifacts, one of these is worth what they all were before, which is pretty crazy. So it is one of those things where you have to decide, do you need the money immediately? Now let's take a couple of use case scenarios there. If I need the money to buy more seeds, it's probably in my best interest to spend that money to buy the seeds to make more money. I wouldn't want to just, like, let's say I had this artifact here and I could sell it for 100. And so 100 means I could buy 5 more parsnip seeds, right? And I could get those planted and I could make money. That's probably worth it if you're at that stage, because if you don't do that and you're not making progress, having something sitting in your inventory because down the road you're going to make 200 more, you can snowball that 100 into more money by buying the parsnip seeds, planting them, harvesting them, buying more seeds, planting them, harvesting them. You'll actually make more than the 200. So, you know, it's sometimes I think they refer to it as opportunity cost, right? What's the cost of the opportunity, you know, to do different things like that? But all right. Anything else money-wise, or anything that everybody's tried, seen? I don't know why I put a chest there. This cracks me up, this cave. I've slept so many days that the cave just keeps filling up with fruit. We do have a chest in there. I think that's from our, when we did the Chests Anywhere mod, we put chests everywhere. This farm's still messy. Oh, did we rave for 20 likes? I can't remember. Yeah, we raved for 20 because we thought Dread was lying to us. Departing the bluegrass. Hello, chickens. There we go. Okay, let's take our last break, and then we'll kind of wrap up anything that we might have missed, any considerations, and anything else anybody wants to see. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. Yeah, those are a couple of good ones. So let's hit the tea saplings one first. I like that one. So, there we go. Oh, what do we have? Let's grab some tea leaves. Some green tea. The actual tea saplings. So tea saplings is an interesting little plant. It takes 20 days to mature, produces tea leaves during the final week of each season, except winter, no watering necessary. Again, like everything, you can put them in greenhouses and places like that. Let's go ahead and plop these down. All right, so let's say, again, you could do the same thing. You could do a 21 days left. Let me see. Grow tree, grow shrubs. All right, let's see if I can pull this off. Yeah, it might not work. There we go. All right, might not be able to get to that middle one, but we'll see here. All right, let's do a little time warp. Time was fleeting. One day left. All right. I think the tea saplings thing are still a very viable thing to do. It has gone down a little bit. Okay, so here we go. So we can harvest our tea leaves, and we get tea leaves. One tea leaf per plant. So, what's interesting about the tea leaves is, and again, a little bit of spoiler here, So again, spoiler warning on how you get this, but this is something a lot of people do. There is a very early on, if you talk to Caroline, you can get one of the cutscenes, and part of that cutscene is after her so you get 2 hearts of friendship with Caroline, she'll send you the tea sapling recipe, right? And all it takes is fiber and wood and wild seeds to create. And this is one of those things that relatively early on in the game, you can get this place down. And I would also put this into what I would call an investment product, right? So I've got my 8 tea leaves, right? And let's pretend I got those down relatively early, or we're in summer. You're looking at my plot of 8 here. Like I could get 56 of these without much trouble because they harvest every day. So let's put that over there. Went too far. Okay, there we go. So at 50 a piece, not worth that much, right? Oh, hold on. I got to catch up on the chat here. 2000 certainly stand by the pharaohs. Yeah, it changed. Yeah, Riff Raff is pretty cool. So anyway, even our little modest 8 plants that we have here, I think I have 15 on my Jojo farm. I can get 56 tea leaves, and I can turn those into green tea, and it's a 1-to-1, right, for tea leaves? Let's test it. Yep, 1-to-1. So again, if I have my kegs in place, which, these are all investments that you have to decide to make, with basically no work at all. Once you get these crafted in place, you don't have to water them. You harvest them once a day. You can grab, and early on in the game, to do a week's worth of work and get $5,000, that can be very, very powerful. And that's the one thing you always have to think about when you're making money, right? Well, 5,000 might not be that big of a deal that if you have an ancient fruit farm that has 700 plants and you got 2 sheds worth of kegs and all this stuff going on in your first month or two. If you're in the summer of year 1, $5,000 makes a huge difference. And this is a pretty low risk thing. The crafting materials, wild seeds, fiber, and wood are pretty easy to come by. You'll get a lot of that just cleaning up your farm, right? Wild seeds. Okay, so wild seeds you craft with foraging 1, and you just have to get forageables. Horseradish, daffodil, leek, and dandelion. So that's something you should grab lots of. And that's just the spring ones. You could get summer ones as well. Spiceberry, grapes, and sweet pea. But it's one of those, that one's a little bit harder to get. Spring is your easiest one. You get that foraging 1. But by spring, you could actually have these crafted. And then as you roll into summer, and that's just if you have 8. Like I said, I have 15. So 15, 30, 60, 90. So what is that? 105 that I would get. Let's just grab the green tea because I don't really care about the leaves. So $10,000 at the end of summer, the last week of summer, for very little work. So I think green tea is definitely worth it. But yeah, you're right. It has nerfed. You do need a keg. What's the Or you could just sit on the, like I said, it's one of those investment things. You could just sit on the tea leaves until you get your keg. Keg. Oh, yes, farming 8. So that one's going to take a little longer, I guess. So good point. But again, if you get these planted, so it's like everything. If you get these put down early, let's say you don't get your keg till spring of year 2, right? So, you know, with the 15 plants, you got springs, maybe a little bit in spring, but summer and fall. You know, you've got 30 tea leaves. You're still looking somewhere around 20 grand, you know, 20,000 hitting you in the spring, depending on how many you put down. Yeah, so I agree. I was thinking, I forgot about the keg side of things. But it is something you could get down early and just start hoarding for when you do get the keg. Or again, you can just sell the leaves. You're doubling your money by turning it into green tea. But still, you know, it's a pretty cheap thing to craft. So they're not as powerful as they used to be, but definitely a thing. Okay, let's talk about honey. Honey. Fairy rose and bee houses. Okay. We'll just put this down here. Okay, so you'll notice that a bee house has a radius. And one of the things about a bee house is it will make honey. So let's look at honey, which is worth 100. But let's see, fairy rose seed. Let's get a fairy rose seed. Did I grab the... oh, I'm out of season. Plant in fall. Is that the right thing? Yeah. So this is another one of those things that people often do on the island. But we want to do it now, so... oh, wow, what a lovely fall. Okay. Woohoo, we got a flower. So what you'll see online is people will build out... let's put another bee house down way over here. There we go. Is that far enough away? Yep. Let's see. 4 days. I don't think I can just time warp this one. Let's try. Still want 4 days. Okay, now let's see if going forward will work. Probably have to go sleep to make this happen. Yeah, I figured so. Okay. So let's... back to the beginning of fall. Hey, we earned mystery boxes. Oh, that would be cool. It makes sense for, yeah, the way you're trying to do that flower playthrough. Yeah, instant growing flowers is interesting. Okay, so this is one of those things that does take a little bit of planning. There we go now. Okay, that should be 5 days, I think. Okay, so you'll notice here we have wild honey. And we have hopefully fairy rose honey. Let's move some stuff out of the way. If I didn't screw this up. Time warping and stuff might have messed things up. Yeah, fairy rose honey. And we harvest this one. And we get wild honey. It's stacked on that one, but so what's happening here? Well, let's pull that one out. There we go. If we look at the differences here, we've got wild honey for 100, fairy rose honey for 680. They're also artisan goods, so we get the bonus there. Because this bee house has this radius, if there is a fairy rose within that radius, you can get that bonus, right? You get bonus honey. So what people do, and there's some optimal, I'm not going to build an optimal one here, but one flower, let me slow myself down here a little bit. One flower, as long as the beehive can see it, right? That one can see it, this one could not, right? See the difference, like the little green thing? But you could build yourself out now you have to make it so you can get to it. Now again, we're talking about no mods. In a modded version, you could fill this whole diamond up, right? Like I could build one there. I could build one there. I could build one there and there. And if I wanted to, we'll just build the bottom here. Now in a non-modded version, there are some online, you'll find some optimal layouts. But every one of these beehives that I'm building right now can see that flower. And if they can see that flower, then they get the bonus, right? One more. There we go. So again, if I was doing like an automate mod, I could actually fill this whole thing out. Now, a couple of things you want to be careful of here. If you're running through here and you're harvesting your honey, right? And I'm just holding my left button down, or if I'm doing anything, you don't want to. Okay, cool. I have to scythe that. So you should be okay then. Okay, I want to make sure you couldn't accidentally pick your flower. If you have this anywhere close to other crops, you don't want to take this flower out, right? You don't want to do that. That would be horribly bad. Fairy rose seeds. There we go. So you want to protect that flower at all costs, because if it dies, it's 12 more days before this will work again. Let's take these out. So basically, all of the bee houses within this area can work out that one flower. Now this is if you're going like stupid optimal. You could just put a row of bee houses in and put flowers in, and absolutely, it doesn't have to. Yeah, I thought you could accidentally pick them. I just couldn't get it to. Oh, I think that's a mod. I think there's a mod that's doing something weird to that. So again, this is if you're trying to maximize with just one flower. There's nothing that says you couldn't build a system where, let's say I was going to put in, and this is where like play how you want to play starts to come in, right? Like if I put a bee house here, and a flower there. Let's just put one there. Not being optimal or anything here. And then, where's our hoe? Oh, don't eat the fairy rose. There we go. This would work as well. Now this one can't see that flower, but it can see this one. This one can't see that flower, but can see this one. So then you could start to line up your bee houses and be like, okay, that one can see that flower. That one can see that flower. So I could probably even space these out a little bit farther. You know, but all these bee houses can see the flower, right? So really, we could probably put a flower where we've got the blue one. And then probably maybe right over there. Let's see if we can get that to work. I was going to do this on my main farm. I just never did. Oops, I guess I leveled. All right. So that one can see that one. So as soon as this bee house... Actually, one more. I think we got room for one more. Let's move it over one more. All right. So that one can see the blue flower, blue flower, blue flower, blue flower, blue flower. And then this one can now see this flower. So blue, 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 blue. And then as soon as we jump over here, that one can't see the blue one anymore, but it's picked up the pink one. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So every 5 bee houses you could put a flower in. Both of these would work, you know, it just kind of depends on what you want to do. So anyway, why would you do that? Well, by planting that one flower, you're looking at the difference between 100 for your honey and 680. There are very few things that are going to give you 6 times to 7 times the amount of money. And then honey is harvested, what, every 4 days? So looks like 4, maybe 5. Let's see. A little over 4. So again, if you're looking at a whole season, you know, we'll go 4. Let's go 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then we'll go 6. Right? So in our 25 by 25 square, which this isn't much bigger than that, I could probably get, let's see, we could get 5, 10, 15, 20, 21. We could get 22 in here with the flower right in the center and be able to, I think, still harvest everything. So let's go with 22. Hold on, let's dump some of our inventory here. So I think we could get a modest 22 in our 5 by 5 square that we've been using as our comparison. It is a long stream. We're still cranking. We started late, though. I started 8:30 instead, but... Okay, so in our... Actually, let's just build this out real quick. It won't take but a second. And again, we're not going crazy optimal here, but... No, I don't think we can get 22 in. I think we can get 20 in without much issue. And again, we could spread them out farther than this, but we're using that 5 by 5 square just to try to keep things relatively. But I think if I put one here, I won't be able to get to that one or that one. So let's just go with the 20. So we can get 20 in there without any issues. Maybe a little bit more optimized. Okay, so if we're talking every 4 days, so again, let's get the spreadsheet back out. Okay, so somewhere between 6 and 7 harvests. So let's go with 6. We'll stay conservative here. So if we do 6 harvests at 20, that's 120. Okay, there we go. So just by planting that one flower, you're looking at the difference between 12,000 and 81,000. That is a huge change if you decide to do the fairy rose honey over the normal honey for little to no more work, right? And again, some asterisks next to this. You can't do this in your greenhouse. The flower will grow, but the bee houses won't work. So you can't collect there. So, but yeah, that's a huge improvement. Just by planting one flower, right? 12,000 to 81,000. I'd take that in a heartbeat. Yeah, Saturday I did 2 weeks, so it was about 8 hours. I don't think the early start time works as well for people. I don't know what it is about this late night and where we're picking people up. So, but I do appreciate it. It's been awesome. We're at 143 right now. So yeah, I don't know 100% where you guys are all coming from, but I thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. So I don't know if we're picking up, my son was trying to actually figure out time zones to see if we're picking people up from a different time zone, but I'm not sure. So anyway, yeah, if you're going to do honey, invest in the flower. Now, the problem with this early on is it's a time issue. This is a fall thing, right? If we go to the spring, the flower will die. I'm modifying time. So you'd have normal honey on your normal farm here. Yeah, that makes sense. A time zone poll? Yeah, I can add a time zone poll. We'll see who we get. Start a poll. What time zone or area are you in? We'll just put the Americas, because we're all in a similar, although Brazil tends to be farther east than us. We'll say Europe. India and Philippines seem to come up a lot in... Not that there's not other countries, it's just countries in that area. We'll go Oceanic. There we go. So, I know these aren't exact, but I've got the Americas. I can only put 4 things in as well. Europe... is it just called Central Asia? Let's just put Central Asia, like India and stuff like that. All right, Oceanic. All right. We'll get that cranking. Yeah, it's hugely appreciated. The watch time is amazing. But it does seem to kick in later. Like the Saturday stream that we started way earlier, it hovered for a while. It picked up later on, but it hovered in the like 20, 30, 40 range for most of the day. So it was lower but longer in general. But it did do a lot better than my SWOTOR streams. It was significantly better. So I may be converting over and running that one again. We shall see. Okay. So then the obvious last thing I think worth kind of talking about here is, we're talking about a lot of systems and doing things in these bigger groups. Obviously, as you're just playing the game, you're going to acquire resources. You can always sell them, but always look for how can I take those resources and turn them into something else. So for instance, instead of, I don't know if I have the recipes for some of this stuff. Like a mushroom log here, right? You, instead of selling the hardwood and the moss, build the mushroom log, harvest the mushrooms, and, dry those in your dehydrator and sell those. Or you know, if you've got the resources to build the beehives, build the beehives or build your mayonnaise machine, you know. I would even be so far as I think in my Joja run, I sold eggs for like this thing here, but I think I just sat on all the eggs until I could build a mayonnaise machine, which is pretty early on, if I remember right. It is farming level 2. Yeah. So I knew in advance, like, I'm harvesting these eggs. I'm not going to sell the eggs directly because I knew as soon as I could hit farming 2, which happens relatively early, and I had to go to the mines. But a mayonnaise machine is wood, stone, earth crystal, and a copper bar. You can get that within the first couple weeks of the spring. And so I didn't sell eggs, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. You guys all watch me play, but I'm pretty sure that I just sat on the eggs until I got the mayonnaise machine, and then I converted them all and made a lot more money. But now, early on, that means I had less resources available, but that was fine because it was well worth it in the end. All right, let's see, how's the poll going? 6 votes so far. We're still heavy Americas. Maybe I just attract a lot of night owls. That's the other theory that I'm working on. And again, feel free to reach out to me, but the other theory I'm working on is I'm going to guess there's not a lot of Stardew streamers streaming at 2 or 3, 4 in the morning. So I always feel bad because I never get to raid Classy Cozy Gamer because she is she's always done before me because she streams way earlier than I do. So I always kind of feel bad about that. We rated her on Saturday, I think. Speaking of which, just look, is there anybody streaming that I know right now? Nope, there's nobody that I follow, at least right now. They've got scheduled streams, but nobody's actively streaming right now. So maybe that's it, right? Maybe there are just people looking for Stardew content. Maybe you guys are all turning the stream on and everybody's just going to bed and sleeping through the whole thing. I don't know. Doesn't make me any less appreciative, right? I'm humbled and flattered by the response and the growth as we've been moving forward. Yeah, there's 153. So not only are we gaining viewers, they're staying, right? Like right now, a little under half of the people who have clicked on have stayed, which is just insane to me. So thank you. It is, you don't know how much it actually does mean to me. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just the white noise that puts people to sleep across the country, talking about Stardew stuff. But it's been a steady growth. It's like a steady growth curve. So yeah, maybe you guys are just all falling asleep. I don't know what it might be. Okay. Last call. We'll call this last call. Last call. Anybody, any other techniques, strategies that you use, favorites? And again, it doesn't even have to be the most efficient, right? Like sometimes things are just a favorite because you like it. Obviously in my Joja run, we are all about the chickens. We are making all of our money on chickens. I don't know how many times I will get home from work and turn on a YouTube thing and I'll have to watch the same video like 3 or 4 times because absolutely, yeah, it just puts me to sleep. I don't mind. As long as you're still, I guess, as long as your device is still watching. I don't think so. I think they're both artisan, I think. Yeah, they're both artisan goods. So it's 100 and 680. So if we go into artisan here. 100 and 680 was the original. 140 and 952. So yeah, you're going to get the 40%. So the 40%, again, that's the difference between 16,000 and 114,000. So, it scales to both of them. They both gain from it, but obviously 40% of a bigger number is a bigger number. So yeah, artisan definitely helps that out for sure. Yeah, for a relatively, again, one of the things I'm always looking for, especially as I get to mid-game, the early game is going to be a lot of just manual stuff. You're going to come out here, right, and you are going to be like, okay, I need to remove the rocks. I'm going to single till my ground here, right, and then I'm going to plant my seeds, and I'm going to single water my seeds. That's the early game. It's designed that way. Once you start getting your tool upgrades, right, then it becomes a little easier, right? Instead of single hoeing, I can do that one. Instead of single watering, I can do that one. And obviously this continues. You've got that one, you've got that one, you've got that one. But that's early game. And then eventually the game will start to introduce to you ways to make money, but it's far more passive. So for instance, watering. Watering will eventually, for most farmers, go away, right? So this is a second step that I no longer have to do because I'm using sprinklers. Now, obviously, the type of farm that you're building makes a difference. Here's your plug for the night. If you check out the Stardew Sisters, there we go. Did the link not go through? Hold on. Oh, I wonder if StreamerBot's offline. Oh, let me look. StreamerBot sometimes gets upset when it reaches a quota. Okay, it's the next day, StreamerBot. It's okay. Let's see if it'll work now. Okay, hold on. I'll manually do this. Anyway, if you go check out Dreadstream, they're doing a stream on the let's grab this one, on the beach farm. And so with the beach farm, you can't use sprinklers on the vast majority of the farm, right? So, that will have an issue. To see, retaining soil, stay through the whole season. Yeah, so you have to keep something planted. So, Lydia, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but you would have to plant something over the winter to keep it. Again, unless you are doing greenhouse and things like that. Greenhouse and the island behave differently. So yeah, if you harvest something, you have to immediately plant something. Otherwise, yeah, you don't want to let that happen. Let's move that. There we go. That's my understanding. Yeah, it should work that way. Same with the greenhouse. If it's on but as long as it's on on your beach farm. I was thinking Ginger Island. Holy cow. Yeah, until winter. Unless you can come up with enough, like theoretically, you could plant, if you wanted to retain it, and make sure I'm not thinking wrong, Lydia, on this one. If you had a plot and you had retaining soil in it, you could plant fiber seeds, and just leave them all winter, and then the first day of spring, harvest the fiber and replant your spring crops and not lose it over the winter. Am I thinking right? Is that true? That logically seems like it would work for me. If you cleared your crops the last day of fall, planted fiber seeds, they should last. They don't go die at the end of the season, do they? Yeah. So if you had enough fiber seeds, you could retain it over the winter, harvest your fiber seeds the first day of spring. So just leave them there the whole winter, just to protect the retaining soil and then not lose it. I think that would work. That might be something that I'll have to test, because we could just sleep through a season. But yeah, good tip. Yeah, clear them with the axe so you don't get rid of the soil. Yeah, because what you wouldn't want to happen is, like if I'm clearing with my axe, nothing bad happens. But if you clear with your pickaxe, you could destroy your ground. Yeah, it's definitely you guys picked a tough one for farming. Your waterable farming spot is pretty low. The other thing I've seen people do, and this takes some work. Let me see if I can find a picture. It's this kind of a setup here, where you build a shed, and there's some resources involved in this, so let's keep that in mind. But you build a shed, and you put in the garden pots, and then you put the retaining soil in the garden pots, and as long as the crop is one of those that, well, I mean, the regrowth crops, or if you always just replant it, you can turn your sheds into essentially greenhouses. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used it. I've got sprinklers in my greenhouse on my Joja farm. I suppose I could put it all in, but I kind of, here's a difference in Lydia. I respect the way she plays because she maximizes really well. She uses fertilizers and speed grows and retaining soil. I go with like, well, yeah, you're getting more out of each one, but I'll just put more in or just wait for it. So I tend to be I'll just put the base in and just let it go. Doesn't make it right or wrong, but just a different play style for sure. Yeah, it's impressive. The maximization of effort. But it's funny because in combat, we're the opposite. In combat, she is do more things, and I'm just like swing my big hammer and hit things. So we're like the opposite in combat than we are in our farm production and stuff like that. Well, I've never hit 150 before. The poll right now is sitting at 86% Americas, 14% Oceanic. So I think I just have late night lurkers, and I have no problem with that. You guys are awesome. So all right. Last call. If you guys any more, this has been a fun conversation. Hopefully it was useful. Some of it was philosophical. Some of it was just mechanics. Some of it was just looking at things in different ways and testing things out. I think I knew it in the back of my head. But I always feel like goat milk and goat cheese is better. Now let's do one little test here because I think there's one more thing I didn't think about. Here we go. We'll pull out cheese and goat cheese. Okay, so for money making, which has been our theme tonight, right? We proved that cows will actually make us more money. But if I'm making cheese for eating, notice that the normal cheese, oh wait, we gotta get like to like. Hold on. That's not accurate. We need a gold cheese and a gold goat cheese. There we go. Oh, never mind. They're the same. In the back of my head, I thought one was better than the other, but no, they're actually the same. as far as energy. So that's the other thing that you always want to check out, though. If you're doing stuff for money, that's one thing, right? But let's pretend, this isn't a good example, but let's pretend that, yeah, sure, the regular cheese makes me more money, but the goat cheese is twice the energy or something like that. Always kind of look for what it is you're trying to get out of things. So for instance, like green tea here, green tea only has a 0.5% speed or 0.5 speed boost, as opposed to coffee and triple shot espresso, they have a full point, right? You know, so, you know, which do you want to sell? What do you want to buy? Are you okay with those compromises and stuff like that? So you will run into stuff like that. Let's see what else. Yeah, we'll just throw this stuff in with the... Let's get our chest back out. All right. Did I use any powers? Ooh, I did. I don't know if I think I have saved with that on, though. So I might just have to remake this save at some point. I've been trying to not pile up those powers too much because they do impact things, but that's okay. I love the fact on this save, my package of parsnips are still just laying on the floor. We haven't bothered to grab them, so. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. Got 7 votes. But again, as we slowly wrap up here, I do appreciate everything. Are we back in spring? Yeah, we put ourselves back in spring. Appreciate the support of the channel. It is, again, humbling and overwhelming. So thank you guys for that. I think, barring any last minute quotes, questions, or anything like that, we are going to go ahead and wrap it up. I know for me, it's almost 2 o'clock. I thought this one would end up being really, really short. So... Oh, absolutely, Nancy. Always happy to help out. So, yeah, I thought this one would end like in a couple of hours, but it's been fun. I do love exploring these game systems. So, okay, just a couple quick things then. Tomorrow, we will go back into Joja. So Joja will be week 3 and week 4. So Thursday and Friday will be week 3 and week 4 of our Joja run, which will finish our first year. I was talking to Kyler earlier today in a meeting we had, and he's like, you're not even through year 1 and you already got... Yeah, that Joja run's been going very well, although the walnut purchase is going to be... It's going to be a little bit of a grind, I think, but it's going to be fun. Absolutely. We will get a little mini... Nope. There we go. We'll get a Thrive Rave going as we wrap up. So that is our plan for Thursday and Friday. Saturday, we will finish... I think we'll do probably another 2-week thing on Saturday, and that'll get us through the spring on the Extra Life Farm. The Extra Life Farm's theme is we're going to do the community center in that one. We're also going to concentrate on friendships and being part of a positive community. So that is kind of the big thing in that one. So kind of keep that one in mind. That one does start earlier. I might play around with a slightly later start time, maybe noon instead of 10 o'clock for me. I'm trying to find the spot because that one was slower to get rolling in the morning. And I know some people are working, some people have trouble getting to that and things like that. And it is at a completely different time than when I normally stream. And then Sunday, I'm not sure. I might use next week. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I might use next week. Sunday and Wednesday of next week might just be Extra Life Farm, right? We might just go in and... Because if I stream Sunday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and we do a double week on Saturday, I can still get a month in a week. So, but if there's anything you guys want to see, let me know. You know, a particular mod you want to look at, a particular game system that you want to look at, drop it in the comments, hit me up on social media. always happy to take a look at those things as well. Yeah, 8 hours doesn't bother me too much. How long is this one gone? What are we at now? This one's only at 5. Yeah, 8 isn't bad. Like I said, I've done 25 or 26, I think is the most I've done. Once you hit kind of 16, that kind of 12 to 16 hour range can hit you after you've been going that long. And then 16 to 24, when you get into that phase, I don't think it affects the play so much. It's just you start to run out of things to say. So it depends on how active your chat is at that point, right? If you get a chat that's not very active, when you're getting that late into a stream, you just run out of things to talk about. And so I would catch myself just not saying anything. So the last time I did a 25 or 24 hour stream, there was a lot less people, chatting. So it was just me talking to myself for 24 hours. So, yeah, I expect, like I said, the next big, I don't think I'm going to do one of those over the summer. I don't think there's any events coming up. But the first weekend in November, I normally do a Friday midnight to Saturday midnight, 24 hour stream. Yeah, then I'm playing around with some other ideas, right? Like I am playing around with, my kid says he's seen some streamers do this as well. I'm playing around with one where it's like, I'm going to let you guys in the chat try to sabotage me while I play, which means you can request to have things deleted or thrown away. All kinds of weird stuff. We'll see if I can put that together. I want to create a set of rules and stuff like that to see if something like that would come together. But again, if there's themes or types of streams you want to do, let me know. And then I'm going to guess by the end of the year, if we're talking about planning, at some point, maybe post Joja, I may do a Stardew expanded run, because I want to play it myself. And if I'm going to play it, I might as well play it on stream. So yeah, absolutely. Start thinking about the evil. Like I'd have to create a set of rules. So for instance, let's test this. If we grab actually, I think I've got it. I think I stored some over here somewhere. Maybe not. There we go. So I don't think you can delete your tools. Yeah. So for instance, somebody couldn't say delete your pickaxe because that won't work, right? It won't let you do that. So there'd be some things like that. I'd have to figure out how to do stacks. Like that was an expensive thing to do if you had 900 of something stacked up. So yeah, I'd have to create a set of rules linked to it. Let's see, what else do we have besides Joja Thrive? We can do a blue Blinky Thrive. All right, Joja Rave, there we go. But yeah, I want to create some kind of a system that would allow people to do that. So we're messing around with that. The other thing that I'm working on, I don't know that this is going to happen until probably summertime, maybe fall. Is I want to put up or create a set of incentives of, for channel memberships. I haven't turned it on yet because I just don't have anything I think are worth offering. But it is one of those things that, I want to turn on for those that are interested in. So if there's anything that would incentivize you to sign up for a channel membership, let me know. I'm so much in investigation mode there. I don't even know what I'm going to do there. I can guarantee you though, I think it lets me do custom emojis. So we'll probably have chicken raid emojis in there. Yeah. And that's the thing. I want to make it so that honestly, the core of it will be you are trying to make the playthrough harder, right? Like I don't think I'll put in things like, I get to cheat and get extra money or anything like that. Yeah, I've got to get a chicken rave emoji built. it's on my list. It's on my list of things that I want to do. So, all right. Well, it's 2:00 here. I think that's as good a time to any to say thank you. We appreciate you. Again, overwhelmed, humbled, and ecstatic all at the same time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for letting me explore game systems. I find this aspect of things really, really fun. Just kind of digging in, testing, seeing where things fit. If it's the kind of content you want to see, let me know. If you have any systems you want to see, let me know. 5 a.m. You guys are troopers, man. Although I do have to go to bed and get up and work tomorrow, but so be it. That's all right. But with that being said, I think we are going to go ahead and say good night for now. We will leave you like we always do. Game community is one of the most important things to us. Join a game community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Watcher, streamer, developer, player. We all are linked together in some way. So we actually always say, go watch, play, or create something great. Contribute to the game community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you guys all for hanging out with me up until the wee hours. Get some rest, get some sleep. We will catch you guys all tomorrow for Joja Winter Week 3. Have a good one, guys. Catch you later.